I'm Agent Mobius, by the way.
Are you taking me somewhere to kill me?
No. Okay, hiya people. Hello Ark and hello Winter from before. Hope everyone's doing well today. I'm feeling pretty in peace to do my passion stream. So, yeah, we're gonna do that today. I hope everyone's doing good. I'm honestly feeling quite at peace today. So, I'm really excited to show you people everything today, because we've got most of the introductory stuff out of the way. Well, most. For the Realm Reborn, so we're gonna get into some stuff and see things pick up, I think. But, hi everyone. I hope you're doing well. For people who have not been here before, just as a disclaimer, I may possibly repeat this multiple times throughout the stream if people come in and was like, oh, what's going on? What is this thing? What is Echo Cinema? But essentially, I either have a group of people I pick out, which is like a very, very particular group, or just by myself. I play through this game, I mostly see cutscenes, and we re-experience the story together, so... Just as a general overview, I won't be inviting other people in unless I particularly have it planned for the specific people I have in. So. But we'll see when those happen, or if any of that happens today. I'm leaving it up as a surprise. However, just wanted to put that disclaimer out there for anyone wondering. I sort of make this more of a solo experience, so yeah, just wanted to get that out of the way. Just for the time being. Let me see here. So most of this is just cutscenes and less so gameplay, so yeah. Let's get through all the procured stuff I have today because I'm really excited for it. Let me look back down at my screen. Oh, thank you, Zeno. It's really nice seeing you guys too. I really missed you guys. Like, between all the stuff that I've been busy with, which I have been with past 3 weeks or more. Well, a couple of years. But, you know. I'm excited to get through everything, and I felt like I was A, emotionally apt, and B, you know, kind of high and ready, being like, yeah, I'm ready to present some more of this, and, you know, show DM, show my character, stuff like that. I mean, as long as the blender just doesn't ever turn on, that's where it gets bad. Thank you for that, though. I appreciate it. Okay. Oh, frick. So, I guess with that out of the way, I've sort of explained my main things, so, you know, there might be a guest here or there, but, you know, let that be how it be. It isn't going to be the same as, per se, Phoenix Wright, where, you know, Korn and Yuxi are always there type thing. So, is this going to be sort of thing I'm like, maybe they should jump on in. And yeah. Okay. I just wanted to do that. I'm literally just staring at a cutscene because I was going to start with this particular thing as long as I'm not stalling for my Katamari music. Oh wait, I forgot to do something. I'm just the obsessive thing I do. I need to cross out a calendar because I make sure to write things on my calendar. It makes me feel really ready when I have my my calendar crossed off, so I just had to do that just for myself. Okay, who's ready to get back into watching cutscenes? I meant to do this last Saturday, and I don't know exactly what I'm doing tomorrow. I plan on possibly doing this, but I also have other plans. I could easily change things, so we'll see. Hopes are is to do this though, and thank you all for being here. I really do appreciate it. I put so much of my passion into this. It has become my new creative outlet that I sometimes do alongside art, and I really appreciate that you guys are here. It wouldn't be the same without you guys. So thank you a ton. Okay. Okie dokie. Let's get into things. So since I said I was watching a cutscene, I'm not watching just a regular cutscene. I'm on the title screen, and that's what we're going to start with today. That was the plan after the introduction last time. So, let's get into that. Let me just get into this. I know, Katamari. So sad that you're going. I know, Katamari. Me too. Let me turn the music on. Let's see how loud it is. Let's turn it down slightly. I think that's about good. Why don't we switch over to the game? So y'all can see the cutscene, or well, maybe one of them. We'll see. I want us to see a particular one, or a particular part, so just so it doesn't get as spoily, let's say. So let's switch on over, and maybe it will detect 14. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So this is the start screen that you usually see for A Realm Reborn. It's very pretty and aesthetic. It's very Final Fantasy, you know? Got like, you know, you got a halberd there, so there's a dragoon, a dragoon, a dragoon, a dragoon, you know. A couple dragoons, someone with a sword. One of the big boys that you can be as a race. Lalafell. You know. There's a couple things in there. But this is the screen for A Realm Reborn, and I mostly want to show that off, you know. I was watching some of the cutscenes, so I know there's going to be a part where I just cut it off, so we're going to wait for it to cycle and play, because this is something that I would like to have as a footmark for after the first. We get to see these cutscenes. There we are. There's the cutscene I wanted to see. So, as you can tell, this is the thing that we saw before, and might give a couple of extra things, but I'm just going to show it. But this is a little bit of context for what we saw last time. I won't be saying anything or won't be commenting. Also, spoilers are heavily discouraged. I do not take them lightly for this game. I guess that's another thing I should have said, but I think that's kind of expected for a big MMORPG. But yeah. Or maybe particularly for this one. Some of them the story doesn't matter as much. I feel like for this one it really does, which is the entire reason I'm doing this. So, let's see a little bit of this. See a taste of what transitioned into you know, the cutscene that we watched before where we saw the flashback. This is where it starts. From Moonbrita, Connie, and Rattlebon. So yeah, we're just going to watch pieces of this. But we'll see a little bit. Also, as a fun thing, the person who's the warrior is the person who usually represents stuff for Final Fantasy. Like, they're Final Fantasy's canon main character, quote unquote, give or take. Definitely looks the part. Yeah. Like a warrior, a paladin, a white mage, a black mage. Sorry, paladin? I meant knight. I'm kidding. Yeah. It's really good. But yeah, for this one, I'm willing to see parts of the cutscene. Just to show us some stuff, because if I remember, you don't exactly get to see this too much. You'd probably naturally see this if you left the title screen on anyways. So this is what happened during the Calamity. You got a glimpse of it, but not like this. Not like this. You might be able to tell who that primal is. Don't worry, it's already been mentioned. Yeah, that's Bahamut. Yeah. Boy wasn't too nice. We're just gonna see a tiny bit more and then I'm gonna cut away. Who's that guy? Who knows? And that's where we cut it off. We'll see more of it some other day. Don't worry about it. We'll come back to that cutscene at some point. But that's a little bit of a taster for you people. I would say it's a little bit of a taster. But don't worry about it. Maybe we'll see more of it tonight. We'll see. We'll just have to wait and see. Maybe some other contexts will, you know, come forth that will tell us things. Who knows, though? We'll have to see whether it's tomorrow or today or in a month. I don't know. Let me get into the game, though. It's definitely not being recorded, right? Okay, it doesn't. Cool. Because like hell you guys are going to know where I'm logging in. I just wanted to show you guys the title screen because I feel like it's super important. Super duper important. Who cares if I, you know, whatever. Who cares if DMC is like, this is Final Fantasy. I doubt it will because I was looking at all the music restrictions and how everything worked. So yeah, let's just transition here real fast. And then I will put things back on once we're off of the character screen. But yeah, the one thing I can promise you is that we will see the full cutscene at some point. I believe some of the cutscenes, like a lot of them are so good and give you so many emotions. But at times if you see things and know what's going on, it kind of spoils you to some things. So it's unfortunate for a Realm Reborn. All right, there we are. So, this is what happens when you wake up out of bed. I know, exhilarating, right? It's just a cute little detail they do if you go to sleep in an inn. I thought you people would like to know. So, I just wanted to show that. But anyways, we're here to do some things. I'm very excited for everything today. Let's still go to my little friend. I like them. My cute little murderous fiend. Okay. Let's see here. Now, are we just immediately? I think so. Yeah. Okay. Trying to remember. Hold on. I was just looking through it, but just give me a quick second. Quick second. I need to discern where we are for a specific something. So it's going to be quiet for a second for you guys. I just want to see this, though. This isn't... So the thing that we're doing for the first time is that I am making sure to skip through a couple of things. On purpose. Okay. Yeah. And then, so these ones are just... Okay. Okay. I'm pretty sure I know what we're dealing with here. Cool. Alrighty then. So, let's bring everything back up again. Let's just do. There we are. So, the first thing we're doing today is, you would probably guess, watch a cutscene. Wrong. We are going to explain what happened in the last 3 cutscenes because I feel like it's better for condensing it. So I felt like doing that as my first thing to be like, okay, this is the first thing that we're skimming. So what happened before then is that you're basically sent out to go to Ul'dah, because now you're kind of adventuring everywhere, because the last place we were in was in Ul'dah. Also, for people who don't know, we started the game and we explored all the areas and left off in Ul'dah, and we are in Ul'dah. So essentially what happens is that you get sent off to be adventure, do some things. You've done about 2 dungeons by now. You've done Satasha and another one, but I think this was one of the last ones. But essentially, just wanted to put that in mind because you've been venturing everywhere. You've been seeing things. At this particular point in time, you were like, walking through Ul'dah, and you stumble upon some girl who has fallen in the street, and there are these thugs saying, or are they thugs? Maybe people of Ul'dah. I think it's people of Ul'dah now that I remember. Yeah. Like, there's some people who are like, oh, you're a thief. You look poor. You probably stole something, you ruffian. And she's like, no, I just bought this with my own money. What the hell are you talking about? And, basically condensed terms, there's mean people who are accusing someone of something even though they said they didn't do it. She's just kind of stumbling on the floor and ganged up on, like, socially, and maybe you're going to be beat up by 5 guys, which sucks. It's mean. So you come in there and you're like, I will not stand for this. I will not stand for this, And essentially you get to beat their butts, and they're like, okay, we'll leave them alone. And you sort of help this lady up, and you're like, I think she wants you to go and help what she was trying to get back, because a reason to go places, blah blah blah. I don't remember from exact detail, but it's not extremely important. But she's a nice person, and she's cool, and that's what's important. But you eventually, go through a couple of things. You sort of, you peer into her memories using Echo again, and then during Echo, you see that there's these outskirts of Ul'dah. These outskirts of Ul'dah have, Ul'dah is a very, very heavily class-based system. So, there's like camps of poor refugees who kind of barely get by and steal to get by. The very sad existence. But you kind of see it from the perspective of people talking about it. It was like, oh, whether it's good to have them here, or if it's all right. And you see people sort of debating back and forth between it through using the Echo on her, which is your 3rd instance of Echo. So I just kind of want to catch everyone up on the fact that basically you're getting context for all this stuff, and now you're going off to deal with a job in the mines. I don't remember what exact thing, because I haven't New Game Plus this in a while. I'm kind of going off of vague memories, but I did remember the context I had around the cutscenes, because I think I still watched a little bit of these cutscenes. So I mostly have a good idea, especially the fighting one. I just kind of remember most of the things around that, but that's most of the context that we get anyways. So, we're gonna do that, because we're gonna be coming back here and, doing what we would do in a Copperhell, which includes the dungeon. Which severely includes the dungeon. My bad. Whoops, didn't mean to switch like that. Anyways, just wanted to, show that sort of, or speak about it, So we're going to be doing something we'd be doing in a Copperhell, which is specifically, doing the dungeon. But we're not going to be doing the dungeon traditionally. I'll leave that up for other things, but I kind of just wanted to show what one was like, because let's be honest, the first 3, they're not exactly the same. but they all have a lot of qualities that add up to, oh, okay, this is the introductory thing. So you get to see what a dungeon is in this area and the theming and blah, 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 right? One of the ones that we did before was Satasha. Satasha's, it's the meme dungeon because the very first dungeon, sometimes you get it looking through stuff. But that one's a fun one. It's just a really good opener to your very first dungeon. Not your very first instance, but your very first dungeon. Which, that's a different thing. I might talk about that some other point. Basically, there are these other things called guild heists, and I think you get them slightly earlier, if I remember correctly. Just barely. Most people don't even know what it is and don't touch it, and honestly, that's okay. You don't have to do them. They're all right for the lower levels, but you also have main story quests, so you know. Anyways, yeah. So there's been a couple dungeons. There's also one in Gridania that is slipping my mind right now. That one was also had some context to it. I might actually show some of that off at some other time, but actually not today. But no, what these all have in common is that it just generally sets up a theme for first area, so there's some easy things to do. So what we're going to do is that I'm going to do something special, and we are going to do Copperbell Mines, but not in the regular way. So there's a couple things that you can do for Final Fantasy XIV, and one of the things that I find kind of funny is the fact that if you really want to, I think I've seen and had a friend who particularly had they didn't play through a ton of the game yet, but they just leveled up classes. And some people do that, and it's extremely valid. But if you're willing to just slowly grind up experience, it is very possible that you can do something called Undersized Party, which means that you do not have to queue or be with anybody in order to do a dungeon. This is extremely important. This is sort of diving into deeper things, but this is just how we're going to set up everything, for how everything's going to work. So you can undersize, you can be like, oh, don't want to be synced in level. Usually you don't, because it just helps you clear the dungeon. I didn't do this extremely often, but if I felt like playing alone, I actually would do this. You just put on Undersized Party, stuff like that. You can join people in progress. All these sort of things. There's so many things that help you do other things, and some things that I don't think I'll be able to, do today. And this one, which I guess it's a challenge mode, because sometimes when you die, it gives you more power. So, essentially, these are some of the tools that you can use. And they can help you out a lot. And you can change which language you get paired up with as well, if you so please. But anyways, that's a lot of things just to say. I'm going to do Undersized Party because my level will be the same. And I don't need people here. So yeah. Just wanted to get that out of the way because that's how we're going to be experiencing this one. It's a little different. So we're just going to be joining it. And I'm going to be showing off some of the things in here. We're just going to walk around. We're going to explore the mines, We're going to see our cutscene. So usually in dungeons like this, etc., you will probably have a couple of instances, you will usually have an instance where there is 2 DPS, a healer, and a tank, which is the normal setup for dungeons and what you will be paired with naturally. But let's just sort of go around. You can see these See these monsters. Seen a couple of them before. They don't hurt that much because I'm a little higher level than them. The cute little rabbit. I like the rabbits. Oh, let me turn this down a little. Yeah, that's good. That's good. So they'll do different moves, different things, blah, 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 you know, enemies. Just gonna send my best friend. Let them do all the work. Yeah, pretty much. Let's boil more ruin. No kidding. I mean, not wrong. But yeah. Yeah, usually you would have a bunch of instances for the party and stuff, but sometimes I like doing things alone or with very few people. But yeah. We have all this stuff. Don't worry, if you're wondering why summons act this way, don't worry, I wondered too. I still don't know why they have a lot of trouble with this elevator, so our friend might just sort of had trouble here. But that's fine. We can call him back later. Like that. It's really weird. It's like, okay. But yeah, it's funny. I don't think there's a particular way to put summons for summoner away, right? Yeah, they just auto come back up. Yeah. I like to overkill enemies with my strongest attack. Yes. I agree. Hey, Garuda, take care of him. Thank you. But, yeah, let me see here. What else? Do something funny. I could kill them with one of my weaker attacks. That'd be funny. Let's use Kindle. The gameplay is 100% not going to look like this, however, it is really funny. Whoops. That's unfortunate. Yeah, I have like little catacombs here. I like how the mines are laid out. It's really nice. I do really like it. I usually tend to use bird, not because it's optimal, but because I like it. Usually how it goes. The things here, like this Titan boy here, fester him. Yeah. There's a lot of different summons. In fact, let me show off one of them. This is called Titan Eggy. This one people usually don't like, but I like him. He's gonna be better once once Endwalker comes out. I'm very excited for that. But yeah. So much better because one of the things he does is give you shield, and it's not exactly optimal, and it kind of doesn't do things for other abilities. It gets them kind of weird. So he's a little different. There's also naturally what order you would get them. Now I'm summoning them because of this over here. So you'll naturally have this one first as an Arcanist, and then this one, which is what, you know, again, for people who weren't here last time, Scholar and Summoner come from the same class, so you just both level them up. But when you're in this part of the game, they're the same class, so yeah. You have all these friends. I really do like the chicken nugget. I'm not gonna lie. I like how they look. His entire thing is that he's like Garuda, because Garuda's entire thing is that they go up and do AoE attacks on people from a distance, but this guy just gets up close to them and then does an AoE. So it kind of same difference, just one has to walk over to something, really. But if I've learned anything from Pokemon, Earth is good on electric, so I'm gonna use this for a second. Unless they have an air balloon, then they have no weaknesses. But don't worry about that one. Let's show these ones a new friend. Here's the last one, and this one will look extremely different from when you get this, because you get this one at level 30, so right before you upgrade the class. Or is it right as you? Yeah, it's right as you hit for Summoner. But yeah, this is my little friend. He's Ifrit. Or the Ruby Carbuncle. All the ones are default Carbuncles, but you can change them to look however you like. I really wanted one of them to be Carbuncle, and I really liked how Titan and Garuda looked. So I was like, it's unfortunate, but this one's my least cared about one. So I just kind of did that. But yeah, this standardly, they would all have different colors. So like, you know, as you can see the icon, light blue, yellow, red. This one would be more like something else though. Or like Ifrit, so yeah. Yeah, that sort of stuff. So this dungeon is just sort of about being a demolitionist. Learn how to be like multiple other characters I've seen and loved, aka, you know, examples. Owlboy or TF2. I suppose those two work. You know, just gotta take inspiration from them and blow things up. It's funny. And now we're in the screaming dark. Cause now it's time to scream. Are you gonna scream? Here, I'll do it. Oh. I can't scream. I screamed. Well, I typed something in Yell chat. It was just, well, guess we can't scream. Just gotta slap him with a book. Any day now. I know you can. No? Well, do that instead. Usually if you stand there and you're fighting something for an active amount of time, Arcanists will just slap things with their book. They literally will. The entire gimmick of this area, by the way, is that there are enemies that come from both sides. That's the gimmick about this place. Trying to deal with looking around at your surroundings and seeing what's there. Mainly, this will just be random attacking for the most part. While all the DPS just be like, I want to attack that. That's basically what this is. You hope for the best. You might get hurt a tiny bit. Not really too much, though. And then all this will happen. Or just all these rabbits just sort of fall down. And that sort of thing happens. But we do get to have Ruby Carbuncle. That's nice. Oh, don't run away from me. Also, that's Bomb. One of my favorites. This is where I first started loving bombs. Because, I don't know. I like the way they look. They're cute. Also, if you couldn't tell, at this point, Ifrit's a single hitter, so they do a lot of single hitting stuff. But yeah. Hi, Bomb. If you couldn't tell, their key mechanic is exploding. Could you tell? That's really interesting. I had no idea about that. That's really cool. That explains a lot why it's so orchestral and stuff. Really nice. Oh, also there's this guy comes down at the end. Don't worry about it. if you're just kind of waiting for it. Also, this is how you get gear. I think I already have all my gear, so I'm good. Oh no. You know, I might need some level 18 gear right now. I'm really close to that level. 18 and 80 are really close together. No, I'm not going to do it. I don't feel like that. I would guess so. That would make sense. I would think that they had a lot of different teams work on this game, so you'd have different stuff. Also, this is just another view. It looks really pretty. Yeah. I also like how this mine looks. It reminds me of, in particular, it kind of reminds me, but it might just be general, like, mining aesthetic. Is the fact that this kind of reminded me of 9 for some reason. I don't know why. There's not a lot of comparisons, but it's just kind of a ruined area. It's just sort of more of a thinker, like, They could be loosely be like, oh yeah, by perchance they happen to be the same because this aesthetic exists in a lot of different things, but it reminded me of that, that's all. Not that it necessarily was a confirmed reference. Yeah, I like how the carbuncle hops. I really do. Carbuncles are amazing. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff we could sort of glean from what teams worked on this. I'm pretty sure it's a good number. I'm pretty sure the way you get this to work is that they can actually go in here as long as you... No. Oh, no, wait, no, unless you summon them inside the elevator. Then they're fine. Really weird quirk of Arcanist. Oh, yeah, and then that happens. Yeah, don't worry about it. You know, that could really describe the class. I love Arcanist and Summoner. By far one of my favorite jobs, and one that I consistently like for some reason. I say for some reason for multiple reasons, but you know, I tend to enjoy this class, and sometimes it can be a little funky in 14. Yeah, it's interesting. By the way, here's a fun thing about a mechanic thing, because I feel like this isn't too big of a thing, and I'm not sure to what extent, but some of the classes do have references to other games and other interpretations of said thing. So, for example, one of the things that Summoner has that's a reference to a game is Bio and Miasma. I think the way they work, or either the fact that it's on a Summoner, is specifically a reference to Final Fantasy 13 in their Summoner. So, these dots are kind of related to that. I'm not sure to what extent. I've just heard that a couple of times. It's the most referential I feel Summoner gets to a direct thing. But that's what I hear. So, the dots are possibly related to that, or some other Final Fantasy game that I said. I did not know that. I did not know it was like a 7 or an 8 situation. Or a 6 situation. Yeah, that's what I hear. It's sort of related to that, like Bio and Miasma in particular. I don't know to what extent, but I've heard that a few times. Also, there's another place you get a treasure chest. Obviously, I'm good. I'm okay. So, yeah, it was something like that. I don't know if it was particularly Summoner, I guess, because I didn't know it was like that, but it also, I've heard, is a reference to 13 in some way. I don't know in what. Okay. Yeah, that's what I've heard, though. Something like that. It's the most I've ever heard of Summoner actually referencing something, because other than that, Summoner in this game is nothing like any other version of Summoner in the mainline series. So, yeah. That's really interesting, though. I didn't know that. That's a cool little thing. There's so many different ways the games handle themselves. It's always really interesting seeing what you like from them. You know, just there's a different spin of Final Fantasy for everything. And it's really cool that they have some of them be personal like that. Like, it's like a mix of 7 and 9 in a way, it sounds like. From what I can glean. Or 7/8, and then 9, because 9's a particular thing. But yeah. You know. Just some things. I also need this. I don't know how I forgot this. I usually always get this when I go through here. Which I have been going through these dungeons quite regularly, because I've been leveling up classes, so yeah. Because it stays out. None of the abilities, very few of the abilities actually reference any version of regular summoner. So Ruin, for example, is nothing that that's been in a mainline Final Fantasy game. And yeah, it's mostly that kind of stuff. I'm not saying I don't like it. I love it a lot, but some of the stuff in here isn't like, you know, it's very hard to have something like Summoner, because Summoner's just all their summons. But yeah, that's mainly what I mean. A lot of the abilities that they have are nothing that Summoner's ever had, and that's not exactly a bad thing. That's just a thing. There's also this friend. Now this friend has a way that he's dealt with, so I'm gonna show it off. So you want to get this bomb friend out here. We're gonna steady. Have this bomb here. Then this bomb explodes this boy and turns into like multiple different ones. So I'm just gonna kind of show it off. I think maybe 7 or 12. Oh. Maybe that's what people meant by references to 13. Yeah, okay. Interesting. Those are two of the ones that I know less about. More so 13. Yeah. You know, you just kind of want bomb to explode, and that's this entire gameplay. So you can't just defeat them by regular means unless... I think I can do it, right? No. Yeah, it's very hard. So, yeah. Anyways, that's interesting, though. That would make a whole lot of sense, though. Especially since, from what I've heard, 12 was made in the same engine as 11, I think? So, yeah. That would make a lot of sense, though. And now I got all these little ones. This is the funnest part. You just hit everything. It's fun. I love it. I love blowing through trying to kill that slime. I sometimes... I haven't really done this, actually. But I remember once before trying to, once I got level 50, desync this dungeon and trying getting the slime. It's still not really easy. As you could see, I'm as strong as I can be, and that thing was still just a ton of health, so... It's interesting. But that's cool that it's a reference to that. Now I'm more well-informed about, Summoner's references. From what I know, Fester and Energy Drain, I'm not sure about those either. But, obviously, you know, but Bahamut and the regular summons, other than Garuda. Garuda's a different one. At least from the ones that I've played. I know they're like a force in some of the other games that I've played. But they are a thing. Yeah. Changeable. Oh, so it's like 15. Okay. Oh, interesting. That's a fun fact. Thank you for that. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to know much about 13, so I appreciate that. Because now, you know, it's really cool that they just, I guess, put more references into 13. That's cool. I'm trying to remember one of the ones that I'm mostly new about because, I'm going to talk about this later, I think, in game chat. But I've been, in my own time, I've been finishing 3. It's like literally 3 is one of the most like amazing Final Fantasy games. I love it so much. But yeah, I'm enjoying that. So I've been seeing some of the references and it's like, oh, that's fun. And some of the references they put into some of the classes or in what they are in Essential, really. Not in entirely what is referenced, but sort of like, oh, this came from this. That sort of thing. So it feels fun in a way identifying it like that. I like trying to look at it from that perspective. It's nice. Like, yeah. I don't think I'll see in particular which ones. Unless everyone, when I play the classes, like, cool with it if I ask. Or people in the stream. I don't know why I said the call. But, yeah. There's some nice things. I feel like for me in Essential, at least for my experience, I feel like knowing the classes kind of in 3, it was sort of a spoiler. It's really weird. Yeah, because that one has a switch mechanic too. Really different. But yeah, with this, we've already done 2 of the quote-unquote bosses, and we're on to the last boss. So we'll see this cutscene in a second. I guess I just kind of want to be like, I'm starting to realize some references, and I'm starting to get how Final Fantasy XIV, in essence, is like the best way I can describe it to people is that Final Fantasy is like an entire series of, oh, do you really like seeing references to other games like how Smash Brothers references games? Then play something like 14 if you're interested in Final Fantasy and getting either playing 14 first and getting the references or in reverse, or playing all the games first and then playing 14 and then getting all the references then. So that's how I see it, though. I think both are extremely valid because I obviously started on the former. I started 14 and then I played some of 6 while playing it and then played some of 9 and then 3. Yeah. And sing some of 5. Yeah. Really interesting. No, slaves no more. Free, free. So each time you get to the final boss, they have this big cinematic cutscene. Being like, hey, I don't want to be oppressed. That's not cool. And honestly, I have to agree. I get it. Masters must pay. Masters must die. Never again. Never. Taxes in 12 are fair. That's understandable. But yeah, playing in them in reverse or playing them when they come by is very fun. I like it. Let's do something interesting here. I'm just gonna tell him bye-bye. See ya. It's actually longer than you'd regularly take for the dungeon, actually, too. So, yeah, his entire mechanic is like, oh, he's going to try and open up the cave. Uh-oh, don't let the Titans come out and break more caves. But you don't have to care about that. You literally just have to smack him, and then you're actually fine because they're just preoccupied over there. So, yeah, that's pretty much what happens. So that's kind of generally this place. I wanted to show off a dungeon. I thought this one was a very solid first dungeon. A lot of them are, but they're very interchangeable to me. But yeah. The smoothie boil. Listen. Or, oh, boily. I don't know what that means. But yeah, I don't know. It's very fun. A lot of things that I like to do with these dungeons is that some of them have story things and things that you get to pick up on. So I kind of like afterwards going through the dungeons in my own time, while doing it unsynced and being like, oh, okay, I get to see this thing that they put in here and this. So yeah, it lets me chew on it more than just doing the dungeon for the story and getting out of here. So yeah, that's what dungeons are mainly are, and just have a bunch of things. At this point, I would like to recommend something. You'll probably get something kind of above where I have this, you know, at the bottom right. Above this, you'll have notices. Do yourself a favor and use that player commendation button. It's really good. I know. Listen, I'm just #humble. I'm not greedy. I don't want to pick up the treasure. Do you see me? I'm not a thief class. I'm a summoner. I steal other things. Summoner really is the thief, the magical thief, if you think about it. You're stealing other gods' powers or gaining their respect and stealing their power. If you think about it, Summoner's just the magical thief. Just uses a book instead of a knife. But yeah. Yeah, that's just some of the things. I thought it'd be like, hey, dungeon's pretty nice. Let's show off some gameplay today. So I thought that's why it was really perfect to end where I ended. So yeah, there we go. But yes, again, try and use player commendation button. Just if you see someone you like, just know it's there. Because some people don't use it sometimes. But that's fine. Completely fine. Just wanted to put that out there because it's a really good tool for just telling people, like, hey, I think you're really good at smacking people with that lance, healing people with your white mage, or like, you know, getting hit a bunch and, you know, knowing what buttons to press when to press them. Stuff like that. So I just highly recommend it, and I usually have an opener and a closer, but I just say in particular, you know, show some people some love. I don't know. That's my general thing. So after you're out of there, you kind of like do stuff, and you know, Copperhell is a part of the quest. So after that, you go back to Ul'dah and sort of report things back. And so we're gonna watch that. But yeah, that's just kind of a general introduction. I want to see what it would be like with me explaining over things. Obviously, it took a little bit, but you know. Is that really different from the normal? I don't think it is. Not very different at all. Okay. I'm just writing things down. So let's go into our next thing. Let's go. So, what we're doing now is that we are literally just watching one cutscene, which is 5. So yeah, also these things have little summaries. If you're the type of person who skips through everything and want to rewatch everything, again, this is all here. This is also a really good tool. Remember this. Because I wish I used it back when I skipped a couple cutscenes. We're getting close to the point I actually stopped skipping, I think, actually. Like, it wasn't much. Oh, well, it was a good chunk. But, yeah, I think we're getting close to that. Okay, let's watch this. But they also have a summary because it's like, oh, going to the Copperbell Mines is reopened. There's demand for building materials in the Ul'dah, blah, 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 you know, that sort of thing. They kind of cover that there. It's a really good resource. Sometimes I just tend to not read it so I can react to it. I was thinking of that, so yeah. Keep things semi-planned, but not too planned. It's a very hard medium to balance. Ever the selfless hero, I see. It has been a while, adventurer. I have been watching you closely, ever since you flew out of Limsa Lominza. You discharged your duty as the Admiral's personal envoy with admirable humility, and you have displayed flattering courage in the face of danger ever since. Whensoever you came upon those in need, you gave them succor with no thought of personal gain. So yeah, they immediately reference back to the fact that in a cutscene, she actually saw you flying away and everyone cheering you on. Everything. It's really sweet. Character memory. They will remember this. The choice you have made today. In summary, you have demonstrated all the qualities we seek in an adventurer. For reasons I cannot well explain, your every deed seems invariably to serve the general good, whether you mean it or not. It is a happy knack, and one which speaks volumes of your character. Yet, for all your admirable qualities, it is your gift which intrigues me most. I speak of the vision, the visions of your experience. The visions you experience. Visions like ones you had mere moments ago. If I'm not mistaken, I can provide you with all means of which to understand them. So yeah, like the vision you had just before. You're seeing the refugees? I guess she was watching us. She seems cool though. It's not in a weird way. An acquaintance of mine is blessed with the self-same talent, you see. If you so desire, I can introduce you to her. She and I are fighting a common cause. A cause which would greatly benefit your support. If you would agree to lend us your strength, we should be glad to do all within our power to aid you in your personal endeavors. Think on my offer a while. Should you decide to accept it, pray seek with Momodi, proprietress of the Quicksands, is a close friend and allies of ours. Inform her that you've been chosen by the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, and she will tell you where to find us. And that is your introduction to a little team called the Scions. A very important moment, which is why I particularly just showed this dungeon, so I won't have to do a ton of explaining between. However, we are going to have a tiny bit more explaining because I skipped 4 and 6 for a particular reason. So that reason is, I think I've said this before, but I'll say it again for people who might have been here before, because, you know, that happens. Like, when you go through this, depending on where you start or what class you choose, because that's, you know, choose where you are, you will meet different people. For example, you would have met, if you started in Gridania, case closed. You would meet Yida and Papa Limo. Hello. We've been keeping a close eye on you ever since you left Gridania. You discharged your duty as an envoy impeccably, and never once faltered in the face of myriad dangers. So yeah, depending on which one you started with, you're going to get a different cutscene. And I thought, what more appropriate way to introduce these people by showing them off here. So yeah, you would definitely see them because you started as a Dragoon, exactly. Or, well, a Lance, you know, eventually Dragoon, you get it. But, yeah, this is Yida and Papa Limo. I think so many of these characters are very close to my heart. Great. But more importantly, you're always ready to help those in need, even if you don't stand to earn a guild by doing so. You are possessed of all qualities we seek in an adventure. Of this we are convinced. If you were kind of dragged into business with the dodo meat, So yeah, this is also referencing all the quests that you've done with them, all the things you've done to help them. Just like how, in a way, Y'shtola references events that happened with you guys and the Goobos and you helping people with different things in Limsa. So it's very nice that they have this little personalization just for where you start out. I think it's really neat. Obviously makes sense, but it's neat. Yes, thank you, Yida. Then there's a matter of your gift. I dare say they are curious as to the nature of the vision you bore witness 2 moments ago. Well, we can help you understand it. You're not the only one with that power, you know. We have a friend who has it too, and we would love for you to meet her. And meeting her is only the beginning. For we would also have to lend your strength to our cause. We should be glad to assist you in your adventuring endeavors in whatever way we are able. Should you decide to take us up on the offer, I sincerely hope you will pray speak to Momodi, the proprietress at the Quicksand, is a good friend of ours. She will tell you to find us. Toodaloo? I don't know why I added that toodaloo, but I did. Wait a minute. We haven't even told you the name of our order. We are the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, Defenders of Justice. Oh, but don't tell anyone. Except Momodi. She already knows. The sweet pair of people from Gridania. I really like them too. I really like all these characters that you're introduced to as a first one. They're very distinct in personality. Like, it always seems like when you're with Papalymo before, you know, he was always on to going ahead and doing our duty, and Yida was sort of like spaced out, but every once in a while she would remember to say something. And then like Y'shtola's just very smart, calm, and focused. Sometimes she got lost in thought like Papalymo too. And then there's this character. I literally love all the characters that they introduce you to. I don't know if it would be the same without this. Yeah. Also, well, that ends well. Yup. And here's another boy, Thancred. He's who you see if you start in Ul'dah. So yeah, when you come back here to do stuff for the quest Copper Hell, you'll see this charming boy. Yes, I said charming. I like how he looks here. But also, Y'shtola's pretty too. But yeah. Oh gosh, I need to remember his voice. Sometimes I forget some of the voices. We meet again. Pray do not mistake my intent, for it is always honorable. But I have been watching you ever since you departed Ul'dah. You played the part of the envoy to perfection, confident as a woman on a diplomatic mission should be, yet failingly courteous to your betters. And when your travels led you to the midst of danger, you faced it with so much of faced it without so much as a flinch. You, my lady, are quite marvelous, and I must confess to being quite taken with you. But my lavish praise continues. Most of all, I was struck by your readiness to aid those in need, even when words were all the reward you could expect to receive. Such selflessness is a rare thing in this day and age. The way they really compliment your abilities is really sweet. Again, it's very homey, but yeah. All of which leads me to conclude that you are indeed the one whom I have been looking for, and venture possessed with a very rare set of qualities. To be sure, your rescue of that damsel in distress was more of a happy accident. But rescue her you did. That's what matters in the end. So he's like a little judgmental, but he really cares about his people. Thancred's a pretty cool dude. I don't think I've experienced a lot of what happens in Ul'dah, so I'm not sure what he's like. But, you know, you could see some of his qualities. He's also a charmer. But yeah. I feel I should mention at this point that I also harbor burning interest in a certain talent of yours. I speak of your visions. You have been experiencing visions, have you not? Well, it just so happens I know a woman who shares your talent, and I can help you understand it. She and I belong to the same organization, and we should both be delighted beyond words if you were to agree to join our cause. Naturally, there are benefits of being part of such a collective. For one, we should be glad to assist you in realizing your potential as an adventurer. You need not give your answer now. Think upon it, and if you feel moved to help us, as I pray you shall, speak to Momodi, an ever-lovely youth mistress of the quicksands. Thanker just looks like a college party boy. Not in a bad way, though. Is that okay to say? That's what he reminds me of. He seems like a dad who never got out of college parties and wants to be a cool dad. That's how I see how he looks. I'm probably going to bring this up again later, but I don't know why. That's how he looks like to me. Tell her the signs of the 7th dawn have found their woman, and she will tell you where to find us. He really liked like meeting people and connecting with them. Maybe the drinks, but he connected with them. That's what matters, you know. That's what matters. But yeah, I wanted to give us a little bit of breather of that from that, and you know, show that. Thank you. I literally started to think that after a while. I'm like, oh my god. By the way, I will let you know, he's not old enough to be dad. He's like 20. Is he? I think he's 22. How old is Thancred? I mean, he could be dad and had 1 year of college parties and that impacted his life forever. But yeah. Hold on. I need this to be uncovered. Let's see this. Okay, how old is this guy? Also, I don't want anyone else to look this up for spoilers because I know everything about the game, so don't worry about it. Do not worry about it. Okay. It's not like it's important either, but you know. I need to know. What do they do? Hold on. Oh, what's his age? Tell me, what's his age? Oh, well. He's in his 30s. He's in his 30s. Yeah. Yeah. He's about 31, 32. Something like that. 33. He could be a dad. Very early dad. I don't know if that's right or not, though. I remember hearing that it might have been earlier. Oh, no. Oh, okay, yeah. No. Yeah, they... Okay. I know it's like, oh my gosh, spoiler. Smoothie spoiled the age? I'm sorry, it doesn't matter. I just... You know? He is old enough to have that part of his life. Just barely. If he wanted to, but whatever. It's not here or there to have like a specific math. It just, I feel like his life could have taken that direction. And I will stick to that. Okay. Let me just mark this off. And we're done with our first chapter. Woo! I would say that taken about 20. Okay. So first, I'm going to do something off my script. I initially was not going to read all those, actually. I was actually just going to tell y'all later, but I decided y'all needed it. Oh my god, Xeno. How could you make me ban you? Damn it. Well, I'm joking. Okay, but let's see here. Hey, you know what? And also, we don't need to do that because, haha. I explained to everyone I was going to do that later. Y'all are hilarious. Oh my gosh. Okay. So actually, let me show you people something. I'm going to go off script again and show everyone what the quicksand is and where Scions of the Seventh Dawn are housed. It will look a little different than from what you're used to. But, well, I say from what you're used to, but I mainly just mean the matter of the fact that, there's just essentially some things that look different because there's different people there. That's about it. Okay. Let's see here. So let's go out to west and sort of show where this is, because as you could tell, they're inviting you. If you were to deny the request, then I guess just don't play the rest of the game. Sorry to tell you. Whoops, did not mean to do that one. Forgot there for a second. I had it set up specifically too, just so I can know. You know what, that's fine. So there's a part of Northern Thanaland or Western Thanaland that I specifically skipped over. Let me show that off now. So your usual route for going through here is that you would teleport to this crystal, and there's this city here, and what you do is that when you go over to the place, you would go through here. There's a little marshland down here. It's nice, right? And just sort of, you know, mosey on through, per se, until you get to this special area where I said, hey, when you get here in the story, or if you haven't done this, there's a person here who helps you get glamour, or be able to use glamour prisms and make yourself look however you want, so you don't have mismatching clothes, especially at the beginning of the game, because it can be very much like a clown show. Although if you like that, that's cool. But if you want to keep that aesthetic, come back here, because she will help you do that. But I'll show you right now that, hold on, let's get off this mount. That'd probably be a good idea. Let's get off. But this is the quicksand. The very nice place. When you get in here, you're gonna have someone to talk to, like this person right here is doing. So you'll have someone to talk to right here, and she's like, "Oh, I'm Momodi," and they're like, "Oh, it's Momodi. Hi, tell us about you." And I was like, "Oh, going to the sands," and so we shall. And so this is the Waking Sands. This is a extremely important place because this is where the Scions of the Seventh Dawn are. They're stationed in here. There's many different people looking over things. Some people around here doing stuff. You know, just general people ready to help. Yeah. And so, back over here too, actually. There's another instance we have to go through. Let's see if I can guess. Can I guess? Oh wait, I can't, can I? It actually gets rid of it. Okay. What if I was to... Okay, that's cool. Did not know that. But, this is a little room. It's called the Solar. This is a place you'll mainly be in. Little chair here. I like this chair. Very nice. But yeah, just want to show this place off. It's very comfy. It's very nice. It's ideally a place that you would want to sort of, you know, it looks like a nice place to be in. And plus, one of the best things about this area, actually, and I will show off, that we were going back to Vesper Bay. And I will show you that, you know, this place is already in Thanalan. That's great and good, you know, wonderful. But if you do go over here, right over here, this person takes you to Limsa Laminza. This will help you a lot with going between areas. In fact, I will show you where, just to show you how convenient it is. Oh, there's a cutscene with this one. Damn it. Well, that's fine. I'll show it off some other time, maybe. That's not too awfully important. Just to prove a point that, like, hey, this takes you just directly here, and that's pretty swell. If you want to go back, you just go to Vesper Bay from here. It's that easy. If you live in Limsa, you have the most convenient way to get back here. Because usually what you would do is that later on during a quest, they give you tickets to come here, which is just absolutely for free. So you teleport literally in that square over there, right by the arch. But yeah, you know, it's pretty nice. I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty nice. But just generally wanted to show that off. You know, it's pretty damn convenient to have a place that's in your hometown teleport a couple steps away from the Waking Sands. So if you really just want to get through everything quick, make sure to live in Limsa. Make sure to live there, or just use the tickets. Honestly, you won't run out of tickets if you need to come back here for like story reasons. You just keep doing the story. So all that should be fine and good. I just want to show that off because, hey, that's a lot of grief that I remember having at the beginning. If you have it, that's completely valid, because I also did. I really did. So yeah, just like, you know, I really want to show off things. A little Lalfell statue. Didn't really show that off earlier, I mean. But yeah, no, it's pretty interesting. I will say, if you don't know about the tickets thing, or if you played this before when they didn't have the tickets, because I think there was a point in time where there wasn't, you would have to walk back from here normally. And it's not the worst thing, it's just a little cumbersome, especially for new people trying to get into the game, and some people are trying to rush to Shadowbringers, and rush to Heavensward, and rush to Stormblood. You know, people trying to rush to Heavensward because that's where a lot of people say, oh wow, this is where the story gets really amazing or something. But honestly, I think a lot of people give Realm Reborn flack when it does have some places where it definitely falters, but I don't think it's as bad as some people say. I know there's a lot of caveats and a lot of things that happen, but it establishes like a beginning Final Fantasy game, if that makes sense, you know? It's not a spectacle, but I don't think it's supposed to be. That's how I view it, though. That's just my general thing. Yeah. That's just you know, my general thoughts on that sort of thing. Thought I would share that. Now we're back here. Let me go over here. But yeah, it's like, I'll probably talk about this more again later. Oh wow. Oh. Hi. No, I'm good. Nah, I'm good. I don't think I've ever seen that random event happen. That's one of the random events that happen. At first I thought they were just normal people just sitting together. I was like, oh, that's a really, like, good shade of pink. I love that pink. I'm like, I don't care anymore. I'm like, wow, it's only a few, it's a few shades lower than the pink that I usually wear. Now let's go back to the end. And let's watch some cutscenes. But I just kind of wanted to give that context because you really need to be able to visualize the area if you're a first timer. Or maybe someone who's watching this before trying to remember things, you know? Stuff like that. So, I just wanted to do that. So, hey, look at all the people up there. Those are the people that we saw just before. I was thinking about it and I didn't know if it would have the same impact if I just dumped, hey, these are the people that you're with. And I thought it was much more natural just seeing them in one conversation, as if you came from that area, so. The canon one is the canon one is Y'shtola for DM. The other three are quite good though, and it's just sort of reflections of, you know, if DM started as a conjurer, or as a paladin, or a warrior. No, it's not a warrior. Gladiator. I'm not used to them calling it gladiator. I'm so used to, like, knight. But I suppose it wouldn't be the same thing if it was a starting class and called knight. Unless they did, you know, other things. But that's fine. Now, what we're going to do is that we're going to see all of these cutscenes for the Scions, and this is just going to be reading, not much explaining. Maybe expounding on things, but that's about it. Let's watch these 3 cutscenes. I think one of them is voiced, so you'll get to hear everyone. No, that's right! It's not Momo D! It's the best character in the entire game, and you can't argue this. It's Tataru. I love them. They're the little child. I'll protect her. Oh, okay. Let me try and get into Tataru territory here. Okay. At least try my best to. Yeah, because Momo D is inside actually. That's right. That's what it was. Deep in the desert to my heart, a lonely flower blooms, yearning for the heavens above to quench my thirst for you. Trollolololol. Ah! I would think you not to sneak up on me like that. Now, please be advised that this is private property unless you have pertinent business. I must ask you to... yeah, I was told you by freaking Y'shtola to come here. Don't mouth me. You're here at the behest of Y'shtola. My sincerest apologies. May I please have your name? D Oh, your name's D, like the D diary, the D journal? I know that one. I've read that book. DM Amaryllis. DM Amaryllis. Ah, there you are. I bid you welcome to the Waking Sands, headquarters of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. My name is Tataru, and I look forward to assisting you during your time with us. An antecedent within the scholar, I shall let her know to expect you. And then you walk inside, bloop-a-doo-doo, see this place, and then you come into this room.
So you're the adventurer of whom I've heard so much.
And so here are two characters you have not seen before. We'll just let them be here, because this is where they're introduced.
Well met, friend. My name is Minfilia, and I lead the Scions of the 7th Dawn. I have awaited your coming. Please, be at ease. You are among friends here. No doubt you are ripe to burst with questions. But have patience. All will be revealed in time. First, let me begin by telling you who we are and what we do. We are the Scions of the 7th Dawn, an order that transcends political boundaries. Our single objective is the preservation of the future of Eorzea. Among our gravest concerns are the godlike beings known as the Primals. Their existence is a bane upon Eorzea, nay, the world at large, and we have striven to find a lasting solution to the threat they pose. Our order is home to a number of individuals who, like you, possess a rare and special talent. This talent takes various forms, but one holds particular interest for us. Tell me, have you ever experienced a sudden, inexplicable loss of consciousness?
Yeah, I pass out all the time. It's a really endearing quality. It does not make me embarrassed in any way, shape, or form. But yes, I do, Minfilia.
Have you ever had the sensation of being pulled away from reality? Felt as though you were hovering in space? A mind without a body?
Yeah, passing out.
All these things are the manifestations of your talent. Yours is the power to transcend the boundaries of the soul, a power known as the Echo. The Echo allows you to pass through the walls of a man's soul and hear the resonations of his past. You will be there in his memories and see things as he saw them. You may even interact with that which you see, though you cannot change the outcome of events.
I know it's supposed to be the general he, but it
For
just
another blessing,
feels weird every once in a
the
while.
Echo will enable you to know a man's mind even if you cannot comprehend his words.
But I can get why they're saying it. It's
In short,
the general term.
The Echo is a truly extraordinary power, and this power is strong within you. It is only a shame that we cannot use it whensoever we choose. That's right. I too possess the Echo. With that established, let us return to the subject of the Primals. So long as they exist, the realm cannot take so much as a single step towards true peace. Measures must be taken. Measures which transcend boundaries, be they of faction, race, language, or creed. And to do so, the Scions require the aid of those with our talent. Make no mistake, the Echo will be instrumental in dealing with the primal threat. Without it, we cannot hope to save the realm. I know not what it is you desire for yourself, nor what it was that first brought you to Eorzea. But I firmly believe that the power we possess was given to us for a purpose. Why else would the gods entrust man with a gift so extraordinary, if not to have him use it? And so I implore you, lend us your power.
Okay, yeah, so that was just a ton of stuff. So you got to meet Minfilia. She's the person, the Echo, and you got to see a couple of things. You got to meet someone who quietly stood in the corner, and all the people that you might have heard of from before if you're playing first time with your friends. If you're doing it that way, not doing it solo. So yeah, it's just, you get to meet who Minfilia is. He's wholesome. And then that person in the corner with the hoodie. A quiet sort. I believe it's reading again, unless I'm wrong. Yep, I ain't wrong. Not this time. Okay. Watch me butcher frickin' Minfilia's voice here. Her only voice. Naturally, your aid will go unrewarded. Or your aid will not go unrewarded. We are fortunate to have a number of influential allies, and at a word from me, they will gladly afford your certain privileges that might otherwise be denied you. The right to employ retainers, for example. Are you familiar with them? They are individuals who may be relied upon to manage your assets and belongings on your behalf. The papers you requested, my lady. Real pen sound effects. Thank you, Tataru. My pleasure. The pleasure's mine, my lady. By way of a welcoming gift, I have taken the liberty of adding your name to the retainer's registry. As of now, you're entitled to employ the services of a retainer. You will need to consult a retainer vocate regarding the particulars of this arrangement, but believe me when I say that retainers will provide invaluable to join you in your adventuring endeavors. Yes, retainers are an extremely important resource. Please make one. It will hold items that you might want to keep onto, and you get to have a cool looking character if you want to make another character. But you can also have a standard one if you want to. Just go with all the standard things, but I like trying to make some of the characters in my retainers. But they're really important. They can do a lot of things. Like, they can hold your items. They can help you get materials. And they just help you do a couple of things. Not everything that I've explored, but bits and pieces. Hello, Paul. Hope you're doing well. Enjoy the lurk, my dude. You're always welcomed here. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I think retainers are great. It's nice to see you. Hope everyone's having a wonderful day too. I'm not sure if I said that. Just kind of thinking. Good. Let this gesture serve as evidence of our commitment to do all within our power to facilitate your personal objectives. In return, we ask that you aid us to the fullest extent of your talents. A mutually beneficial relationship, I'm sure you will agree, and one which serves greater good besides. Yeah. It's like, pretty much help us where you can, and we'll help you where we can. It's a very sweet system, instead of being like, do this all the time. Rude. Well, that was a veritable lecture, was it not? Forgive me, but it is important that all concerned are aware of what was expected of them. Now you know the purpose of what we can offer you. I invite you to consider joining us. When you have come to a decision, you may tell me without fear of censure. In good faith, I shall entrust you with our order's password, which our members use to reach one another when afield. It is Wild Rose. Pray keep it safe. A very pretty password. I like it. So that's sort of your introduction to, you know, the Scions. It's very nice. I really like them. I think they're a very chill sort. So I'm going to cross that off the list. I would say that took about 20. Let's say 20 about. For people who don't know, I have a booklet where I'm keeping everything organized, so I'm trying my best to keep to it, so. Let's see here. And we're gonna watch the one cutscene this. So, after a lot of things, because the crazy thing about this, I feel, is that she, like, literally the Scions are just like, okay, you don't have to join us, but take this gift as, you know, a thoughtful gift. And you can join if you want to, but no pressure. It's very wholesome. Like, they give you, like, a personal retainer, someone who's going to help you for job service. It's really good. Also, if you're a crafter, you probably know what a retainer is already. You probably do. Just gonna take a wild guess. Let's watch the next cutscene.
I take it you will help us.
I didn't say that. But yeah, we will. The plot demands it.
I knew you wouldn't let us down. But come, I would introduce you to your friends in the Order.
Is true. The one thing I did want to say, though, is that I feel like canonically in the universe for how DM would work, since, you know, I had a set character for DM before it came into all this. But, yeah. DM is just kind of, like, nice and selfless to a fault type person, so of course she would want to go and help people. She is very much in her own ways, and she sticks to her thoughts, but she is very much the type of person who will just try and help whoever unless they step over a very, very huge boundary. But she just really likes helping people to a fault. She's one of those characters, so just take that as it is. Also, for anyone who doesn't know, DM Amaryllis is based off of my Animal Crossing characters. Not exactly the same universe, but they're the same type of character, you know. So I guess just keep that in mind, because I sort of transferred that to this character, so they're pretty much one and the same. But let's go forward. Back when I played Animal Crossing a long time ago on stream.
It used to be one of Eorzea's 6 city-states, and was situated in the northwest of Aldenard. The Scions were the keepers of wisdom, both old and new. Their mastery over magic and ether was unsurpassed, and even the Garleans knew to fear them. Among their number, there were a noble few who devoted their lives to safeguarding the future of Eorzea. When the realm began its descent into chaos, and their countrymen fled for the motherland, they alone chose to remain here. These noble men and women were called the Archons.
Mm-hmm.
Those same brave souls stand before you now.
Yep. So, these are people who just wanted to protect people, and they're from Sharlayan. A very interesting and important place. You know, because all these people are generally from that area. Or at least most of them are.
The masked woman is Ida, and beside her is Popalimo. The two are charged with surveying the Twelveswood.
Which is Adonia.
Welcome!
Okay, my turn to introduce someone. That there is Thancred.
He is our man here in Ul'dah, Jewel of the Desert.
I always love the way that Papalimo and Ida introduce Thancred. Papalimo was like, he's our man. Our man. I mean, he really is the charmer. He really is, but I just find it really funny. Anyways, I'll stop interrupting. Let's keep going.
Welcome to the team. If I may, the lovely maiden beside me is named Y'shtola. Limsa Lominsa has the pleasure of being under her care.
Greetings. I have been expecting you. Last but not least is Urianger, who presides over all affairs within these halls. Pray seek him out whenever you have questions.
Dawn may banish even the darkest night. The words of a dear friend. I'm glad of our meeting.
At the Battle of Carteneau, our leader was taken from us. But we did not stray from our purpose. We sought out Minfilia and others with her talent, and together established the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
Along with the Archons, those blessed with the Echo play a pivotal role in our endeavor to forge a brighter tomorrow for the realm. Oh, I should also introduce you to Tataru, our clerk. She ensures that everything runs smoothly.
Pleased to make your acquaintance.
In time, I hope you will come to think of us as family. But without further ado, I would assign you your first task. Urianger, have the documents arrived from the students of Baldessian?
Aye, my lady. They arrived but recently.
We have received a request for aid from the Immortal Flames. Thancred, would you do the honors?
It would be my pleasure. Some days ago, a crystal caravan registered to Amagina and Sons mineral concern was waylaid and divested of its cargo. But there is more. Within a bell of the robbery, several people were reported missing from the shantytown outside the city.
At a glance, one would assume the involvement of bandits, kidnappers, and coincidence. Such crimes are hardly uncommon, and the Immortal Flames deal with their like almost every day. However, this time we have reason to believe that a primal is involved.
Aye, the evidence left behind implicates the Emoja, who are known worshippers of Ifrit. If we then consider the objects that were taken, there is no room left for doubt. The crimes were committed in the name of a primal.
That you may better understand the nature of our struggle with the primals, I would have you play the leading role in this investigation. You have my thanks. If there is aught you wish to know, I recommend you speak with Thancred. He is well versed in the affairs of Ul'dah.
Ever at your service, fair lady.
And that is your introduction to a lot of things, obviously. Urianger, who's again, quiet man, very good. And now we're going to be trying to deal with Ifrit because they say, ooh, Beast Tribe getting angry, we must attack Beast Tribe. Because it seems like they're summoning a familiar primal in the Final Fantasy universe. Fortunately, not a frog. Oh, I'm sorry, spoiler, not a frog. Whoops. I'm joking. Oh, where's my frog primal? Come on. That might be Quina, though. Maybe we'll get Quina as a summon. They should be a god. They really should be. Okay then. But we've done that. And that took 10. That wasn't as long as I thought. Okay, I like that. I didn't put a time estimation for this either, because, yeah. So, that's our kind of introduction to go through things. Now, they have a cutscene between that, gives some flavor text to the world, but we are fully skipping that one. We are going to skip life materia and everything, because, it's fine. So we are skipping it. So there we go. Because that's basically just sort of leads you in the area of being like, oh, there's these people over here. There's like this little area in, I want to say it's central. Yeah, it's central Thanalan. And in central Thanalan, there's just this little goblin friend and some other people who tinker around with machine. If you talk to him and do some other quests with him, you can meld materia, which is an extremely important resource that is obviously a reference to Seven and whatever else has materia. But yeah, it's kind of important. I would say it's important if you're the type of person who wants to max out stats and stuff. So if you feel like doing that, go through the materia quests and do materia. I have them all, and I personally do it for some of my main classes. So yeah, it's just sort of a thing. If you want to be like, oh, I want to have like 2 extra intelligence, then you can go ahead and do that. But that's kind of most of what the quest does. It's just you looking around for these people, and then you meet these the lively crew. They kind of just stay there. So yeah. But they're good. I'm just cutting it out because I think it would flow better if we went to our next thing, which is hero in the making. Because you're just kind of searching and looking around for things. You're not proactively doing anything right now, so yeah. I want to say, right? Yeah, I want to say so. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Actually, I'm going to look at something for just a second. I don't think it is. I just want to make 100% sure, because I don't remember it being here, but... Oh, yeah. No. Right. Okay. Oh, no, I know. Yeah. Okay. So let's get into the next thing. It's not immediately, but here's our cutscene. Because we're just getting right into it. I thought I might have to do it first, but yeah, no. And I already showed the beast tribes, because if anyone was here last time, the Mulja were the major group in Thanalan, and the major group in Thanalan is these lizard people. They look really cool. So if you know them, you'll recognize them. If not, you're going to see them, so it doesn't matter. So that's off in the notes, because I already explained the beast tribes, because I got ahead of myself. Okay. So let's watch all of these right now. So first off, you're sort of traveling and seeing where people are, and then you eventually lead to this area, which is in Eastern Thanalan. I think I might have watched these cutscenes, and if I'm not careful, we're going to skip through all of them, and I'm not going to watch this one. But it was just kind of context, is like, is everyone clear? You know, that sort of thing. But yeah, okay, let's go in with this. Okay. A man is in position, sir. Good. We'll make our move as soon as the Amalja appear. Yes, sir. So this shady individual is waiting for the bad Amalja, because you can tell they're bad because they dress in red, and that's a movie motif. Ah! Other than the fact that you've had some inklings. What is the meaning of this? Wait. Something's amiss. I'm afraid your little ambush ends here. I eluded the Immortal Flame's clutches for moons before finally being caught. Did you not wonder how I managed it? So yeah, he had them on their side. Very rude. So some of the ones that came with you just linked everything. That's fun. It was almost as if someone was feeding him information from the inside. Aye, your every movement was known to me ahead of time. Now, as much as I would love to chat a while, I have appointments to keep. They're all yours. And don't worry, it's not all of them, just a few. One. And so after this, what you would do is that you get into a duty where he's just like, see ya! And they'll all just attack you. I don't think the leader was clued in on it, but yeah. You just sort of get into that scrabble, and then you defeat them as they fall over at some point. Just kidding. No, you fight them and just get to this point. Put up your weapon or your comrade's a dead man. Behind you! And then MC's put to sleep. Bring her. The rest of you, march! Traitorous scum. Yeah, you get captured. No, you don't win. And then they bring you here. This is what the next cutscene literally brings you to. You're just suddenly awake here. In the middle of like a weird eclipse. Don't worry about it.
Lord of the Inferno, hearken to our plea. Lord of the Inferno, deliver us from our misery. Almighty Ifrit, Lord of the Inferno, your humble servants beseech you. Grant us with your divine presence.
Actually, the Malja just have such a powerful presence. This isn't a very good presence, though. So, here's the thing that we're worried about being summoned.
Almighty Ifrit, we bring before you ignorant savages who know not your Godhead. If it please you, Lord, scorch the heaven souls of your cleansing flame and then mark them as your own.
So yeah, they're using these in a really bad way, especially since the fact that I'm usually an advocate of violence, but not in this way. Bloody hells!
Bring those two as well.
What's going on? This isn't what we agreed.
None but servants of Lord Ifrit may behold the right of summoning. The souls of unbelievers are forfeit.
I'll show you. I'm a literal summoner. No, spare me, I beg of you. Yeah, that guy got captured too. He was played like putty to the Amalja group. Yeah. Not very nice to do that, but yeah. Okay, here's Ifrit. I don't know what to give his voice most of the time.
Pitiful children of man, my breath I claim you. Arise, once more, my loyal minions. Feed my flames with your faith, and all who stand against us shall burn.
Ifrit's a little rude, so we need to be eradication, get rid of this thing. Thankfully, I'm resistant to hot temperatures. I'm like you know those like snack bowls that say microwavable safe? I'm microwavable safe.
Mighty Ifrit.
My one true god. Your words are my bread. Yeah, I kind of hypnotized them and we're like, what the hell's going on? And like, I don't get it.
Impossible. By what sorcery did you resist my master's will? Could it be? Your soul already belongs to another. Yes, that is the only explanation.
So they're afraid because they're like, I don't want to go to war with another primal. Ifrit's like, I don't care.
Forsooth, thy frail mortal frame can serve as a vessel to bless of but one. Yet I smell not the taint of another upon thee. The truth of thine allegiance waxeth clear. Thou art the godless, blessed number. The paragons waned of thine abhorrent kind. Thine existence is not to be suffered.
And so then, let me check this for a second, but I think this is where we battle Ifrit. Am I right? Yep. Yep, this is where we fight him. Spoilers, he dies. Who would have thought? Okay then, let's do this with the same settings as before. I'm still checking things, just in case. All right. Okay then. Let's get into this. I never want to do that voice ever again. So let's do this as a summoner. Because guess what I play the most? I'll try my best to pace this one out. So here's the introduction cutscene. It is literally the one we just watched. Literally the same. So I'll spare you all it. So let's go steady, friend. Let's use Ifrit against Ifrit. Yeah, sure, why not? We'll have him show off a couple of moves, so I'll just let him slap me a little bit. This is our memories. Stay steady, friend.
My flames consume all flesh.
Or thy flesh and soul both. Right. That's it. I don't want to hit him with my book. Actually, can I? Do it, DM. Come on. Do it. Damn it. She's not using her book. So yeah, he just kind of just does incinerate. A couple of things. Fun stuff like that. This is by far going to be the easiest game to show off because of the fact that I can just do this. Very fun. What's my weakest thing? Let's see. I can do an outburst. It's a potency of 100. That's a little too high. Well, let's try and see how low we can get his health to. So I don't want to put a dot on him. So let's just do an outburst. Or should I? Yeah, let's do an outburst. I want to see if this will kill him. It takes half his health. Perfect. Yay.
Scum to the inferno.
So this is one of the phases he gets to do, which is fun. That is one of the spells that you can actually get for Blue Mage. I highly recommend it. But we're not going to be talking about that yet. But just as a recommendation, if you like that kind of stuff like me. I too also like, you know, I suppose going crazy. But I love Blue Mage. Yeah. He just kind of does that. He has some mechanics later and in different difficulties that do different things, but this is the main thing. You sort of take a look at everything. You just do your funny little fire stuff, friend. So yeah, this is in the Sands for the Malja. I believe this is nearby the desert area I didn't show too much off of. So when you do a quest, it takes kind of place in there. Yeah, because if you walk down there, this is on top of a plains, so... yeah. You can just sort of look around, see the area, it's nice. So you can just sort of see where this is centered, because you've been around here. It's really nice. It's not immediately apparent at first, but yeah. Also, you can look at an eclipse. I'm glad this isn't real life. Don't do this in real life. Let's let Ifrit do the job. Do it, Ruby Carbuncle. Get him. Oh, wait. Is he on another face? He is. Oh, this might be one of the ones I wanted to show. Because he's got like 1 health. Yeah, so he puts a little nail down. So that little nail is something that you want to kill. And then when you do, he does his final attack. But if you leave it for too long, it does more damage to you. So yeah, that's just a general thing. And he's invincible while he does that animation, so you can't kill him in the middle of it. But we'll do that now. Here, get him, friend. Get him! Sick him! And then you get a little Jolly Rancher. Remember this Jolly Rancher from before? We have another Jolly Rancher. And yes, it is. You know it's true. The Final Fantasy Jolly Rancher. I've seen them before in other games. And so here's this, like, yeah, this. you've got raspberry, strawberry flavor. I'm honestly not sure which, actually, now that I think about it. No, it's strawberry, because blue's raspberry. You did it. You defeated the primal. He's gone. Also, Thancred's a little late. Pray forgive my lateness. I was delayed by a congregation of Amalja zealots. I swear, each seemed more, even galactal than the last. I don't know what that word means, or if I pronounced it right. Don't worry about it. So there's another one mean. Persistent, huh? So yeah, that rogue man just threw some knives on him. And yes, Thancred's a rogue. I'm never able to read that because they make it scroll too fast. I never bother. But it must have been like, take that. I don't know. I see the Bloodsworn wasted no time in extracting the captives. No less than I would expect from the Flame General's handpicked men. As for those two, it is fair to say their hardships have only just begun. They have much to answer for. Well, I feel I owe you an apology, DM. Had I known this mission would prove so dangerous, I would have never have left you to face it alone. You have given a veritable baptism of fire. Also, as another context thing, for that entire thing, you also do the same thing as a dungeon. You have 4 people again. Same setup. So that's what you usually do for that too. But, you know, in the story, it says we do it alone. So technically speaking. But let us continue this conversation in more agreeable surroundings. Camp Drybone, shall we say? This way, sir! Ah, so that was the mighty Ifrit. And what a disappointment he was. The readings are nowhere near what I anticipated. Even taking Ul'dah interference into account. You should know better than to rely upon the 5-year-old data left by the 7th Legion. Nor can we expect any form of support from the motherland, give the troublesome at court. We have only ourselves to rely upon. Ah, ever the pessimist, dear Levidia. Promise me you'll never change. We've wasted enough time here. The meter of yours is too old to give away any reading of worth a damn. Not that there was aught worth a damn for it to read. But I take your point. I suppose we must content ourselves with the knowledge we've achieved, the knowledge that we've achieved our primary objective. Yet I find I am troubled by that adventurer's unexpected show of strength. Yeah, really though. I let my pet hit it. Could such a foe prove a hindrance to our plans? Perhaps. But that is a consideration for another time. You have been given a task. That is your priority. I suggest you treat it as such. Fail to do as my lord commands, and I will spare him the trouble of punishing you. can see there's a system where they're like, yeah, if you don't do what we say, I'll dispatch you myself so my higher up doesn't have to waste their time, because you're not worth it. With allies like that. Beware a woman in love. I shall need to be on my best behavior. And there goes Nero and the other person. Livia. So yeah, they're just spying up there. They were like the aliens from Mario Galaxy 2. Okay, let's leave. I barely remembered that joke. We're gonna hear that every time because I had mail. I noticed when I came in, but I'll leave it as is. Okay then, so we have that down now. Let me just put DM and book on screen. Because why not? There we go. Okay, checking off the list, we have fought Ifrit and watched all... Oh, no, wait, no. We've missed one cutscene. One single cutscene. Got a little too ahead of myself there. And this is when we come back. My late arrival almost cost Diem her life. I wasn't there when the Amalja took her prisoner. I wasn't there when they served her to Ifrit. Yes, by some miracle she survived. That doesn't excuse the fact that she should never face such dangers alone. I failed her utterly. I'm just failing you all. What is done, Thancred. You can ill blame yourself for every... DM, it is good to see you again. Impeccable timing, my friend. I just finished regarding Minfilia with your heroic exploits. Can you see something? Can you see the fact he doesn't want to look humiliating in front of you because he doesn't know you yet? That's why he's talking to Minfilia alone? I mean, it makes sense. But I can see that character shift the immediate time. It's like, oh, you're here. Hi. How are you doing? Like, yeah. Although he did say he was sorry he wasn't there. He is willing to show it, just try and not do it in copious amounts, I suppose. Thancred has told me everything. You have done well to return to us. The perils you faced were undeniably great. Yet a part of me believes that I had no cause to fear. And now we should put paid to our long investigation. We are suspicious the Amalja took both the robbery and abductions with the aim of summoning their primal, Ifrit. Nor is the tale limited to Ul'dah. Similar incidents have been rife in both Limsa, Lominsa, and Gardania of late. Dare say, you've been curious to how those crimes are linked to the primals. Permit me to explain. Having manifested into the physical realm, primals must consume aether if they are to maintain their presence here. And the stronger they become, the more aether they require. And now, aether exists throughout creation. It flows through all life, and permeates the very air we breathe. Alas, this alone will not suffice to sustain the likes of Ifrit. Nay, he and his kin acquire a more concentrated source of aether. Crystals. It is for this reason that incidents involving crystal are often to be tracked back to a primal. Because why else would you need a mass amount? Am I right? She leaves us with the why of the abduction. To understand this, you must first understand how primals are born. When all is well to this world, primals possess no physical form. Their essence is dispersed across a great river of aether. However, when the world is plunged into chaos, those who worship the primals, cry out to their gods for deliverance of suffering. These cries serve as a beacon towards the primal's essence, is irresistibly drawn. It is this coming together, or etheric coalescence, which grants the being's physical form. Once born, a primal gains strength from its followers' worship. The more numerous and more fervent they are, the more powerful their gods become. But the primals are seldom satisfied with such reverence, as to their adherents freely give. And in order to gain more power, they do not scruple to create followers. They do this by tempering mortals, a process which you yourself were subjugated to. Yet, as Ifrit took your comrades in his thrall, you alone remained unaffected. This is thanks to the power you possess. It is the Echo. We know not why of it, but those blessed with the Echo are immune to primal influence. It's as though a greater power protects us. Makes you wonder. Wonder why the Echo kind of protects that, you know? It's interesting. When you first came to us, I told you that the Echo would be instrumental in dealing with the primal threat. I trust you now begin to see why. The recent incidents all share the same common trait. Meticulous planning. Such elaborate designs are a new development, and one which fills me with an unshakable sense of foreboding. While I share your concern, my presiding feelings on one of relief at your safe return. But the mortal flames assured me that they will be dealing with the aftermath, so you need be concerned with that. We may rest easy for a time. I suggest you take full advantage of the respite, DM. You may be sure it won't last long. Once the people learn the identity of the hero who failed Ifrit, I fear you will have nary a moment to yourself. Yeah, it's a little bit of an important thing taking down like a god. That's never happened in anime. Then he gazed longingly into your eyes. Whether she intended to or not, and feeling neglected to tell you something. Something I think would be best heard from one of us. Concerns the tempered abductees that were rescued. I'm sorry to report that all were put to death. The flames whom you were imprisoned included. Needless to say, this information may not be known to the public. It's a hard decision. I don't know which one I would make. But yeah, they had to deal with it because their minds were so altered that they were still like following Ifrit. Even long after Ifrit was gone and the Amalja were dealt with, so yeah. Or these Amalja, not all. That's not how this game deals with things. That's why they're saying like these. Because it's a group, but yeah. I swear to you that we would not do this if we weren't, if there weren't any other resource. But once a man is tempered, he is tempered for life. His very existence lends strength to the primal, whom he cannot choose but worship. So we Scions continue our fight. That no more incidents need be sacrificed. I hope that you will stand, you continue to stand with us, DM. But I should be going. I must offer my apologies to the Flame General for the losses his people suffered. Till next time. And then the college frat boy walks away. Thinking of his younger years. Or dad. Not anymore. Gods forgive me. How many more lives? Louis Soir should have never allowed this to happen. I have to do better. I have to be stronger. Yeah. So, that's everything that just happened. Yeah. That boy had a little bit of just troubles. Just a little bit. You know. Things happen, I suppose. I would say that took around 30 minutes. So we've done it all. My notes were a little off there, so a little improvising. But the next thing we're doing will be quite a lengthy quest. So we are going to return back in a little bit. I feel like taking a break. So just gonna have DM sitting in this bed till we be right back. Because I gotta rest my voice for a second and maybe get some more water again. In fact, right now, I took a little sip of water, so we'll come back in a little bit. But yeah. I'm just gonna take like a 10-ish minute break. Let me just get everything assigned and my bookmark down. I should be ready. So let's just boop. Then boop boop. And we're here. Alrighty then. Let's go to another song. That's an ad. We don't want that. Oh, hell yeah. I want this song, though. I want these songs. We have some Kirby music. I'm always down for that. Okay. We are going to return in a little bit. When we come back, we're going to have some little rest. Just like Minfilia said. So, we're going to go do a couple of things. And just sort of, you know, hang around and see things. So, we'll be back in a little bit for more of Echoed Cinema. We will be right back. Thank you everyone for hanging in and hope you're enjoying. Okay. See people in a little bit. You're appreciated. Hey people. I got my water here. I'm doing a little good here. And, ooh, the music needs to be turned down a tiny bit more. There we are. Hi people. Just had to do stuff for a little bit. I'm thinking if I do these breaks and streams, I might want to do stuff a little less rigidly and be gone for whatever amounts of time I need. So I sort of took that for a little bit. But I'm back now. Hope everyone's doing well. But yeah. Thank you for all you people lurking around and just here to listen and everything. Really appreciate it. Just enjoying, like, the best way I could describe it is the calmer parts of the story. Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it, Paul. Okay here. I'm ready to get into things. Yeah, I was trying to think here. I'm wondering if I should tell anything about DM, because I've been wanting to say some things, I guess. I'm wondering if I should hint to a little bit about our main character here. For my canon, I'll just say that DM is from a far-off land, and she grew up. Well, I might have said a little bit of this before, but she grew up on a let's kind of say like a farm, but not like traditional farm, you know. Like it's more of like a regular house with a farm type thing. So she used to cultivate and be a botanist and work with a lot of plants, particularly flowers. So she has a lot of that in her background. Not a lot of combat in particular. So when she got here, she sort of took it out of necessity. After learning that knowledge and reading could sort of, you know, help her in that endeavor. So she just kind of picked up botany, or not, well, she picked up botany a long time ago, but she picked up Arcanist, because, you know, she really likes knowledge and kindness, so that's like two things she really appreciates seeing in people. So yeah, I would do that. Still got a little bit of that, you know, slightly brash personality from Animal Crossing, when I just sort of canned her being like, oh yeah, she's a very sweet person, but she's like, I guess sweet in a slightly masculine way. Or not slightly masculine, that's not really a way to describe that, but I don't know. I have a lot of ideas in my head for her, and she's just sort of like a rougher love. That's what I would say. A rougher sort of friendship type thing. She just tries and jokes around a lot, but mainly be's nice. So, still trying to retain some sort of that, if people wanted to sort of sense on what DM's personality is, because I didn't think from the beginning it would be very easy to sort of implement her into this, but yeah. Just kind of wanted to show that off. But for the sake for the cutscenes, she's mainly quiet, because quiet main character. Let's stop this beautiful, beautiful music and switch back on over to our game, because I think that would be a swell idea. Do you people come here for Final Fantasy? I don't know. I'm joking. I don't think watching a person and watching someone for a game, you know, I feel like for the most part it should be there for the person, and then If people like the game and come and watch it, that's good. But yeah, I don't know. That's not a concern. Who cares? So. Oh, I pressed 2. I'm like, what's going on? I'm like, oh. But let us... we'll keep it red. Well, you've been here for long enough. Let's, summon bird. Because I really like how this Eggy looks. I don't know what it is. I just really like it. I think it's neat. Never heard that quote before. Okay, let's look at the itinerary. I don't know what happened there. Well, me, but anyways. All right then. This is going to be a formidable chunk, so we might do this and maybe a couple other things. Yeah, well, we'll see what happens here, but we might be on our last couple things here because there's just a lot of huge cutscenes here, so let's go to Hero in the Making. Let's start that. So, at this point, for people who may not be acquainted from what happened, essentially, we got retainers and everything with Minfilia, and people are starting to recognize it. It's like, hey, there's a power. So they make you fly around to all the cities. So we're gonna see how that works. Because they recognize, oh hey, Ifrit was a problem. You took care of that problem. Until not so very long ago, you were but one of the many adventurers seeking to make their way into Eorzea. But your character and courage were raised to the esteemed post of envoy. Therefore, you traveled the realm, aiding those in need without a thought of reward. Confirming to Y'shtola of the Scions would benefit from your aid, and no sooner had you joined us than you personally bested Ifrit. You have achieved a great deal in a short time, and won fame in so doing. Alas, fame does not come without a price. I mean, that is also true. As you will soon discover. We have guests, DM. Or rather, you have guests. It's the FBI! Beg your pardons. Beg your pardons. I'm going to take a sip of water because I want to hydrate. Okay. Oh gosh, there is slight desktop. I didn't realize there's background in these scenes. It's very slight. I didn't realize it till I looked on my audio tracker. Huh, I never thought about that. Lady Minfilia, radiant as always. I'm given an understanding that the signs of the Seventh Dawn have but recently welcomed a hero into their midst. I'm here on behalf of the Maelstrom, Grand Company of Limza Lominza, to offer said hero a place of honor within our ranks. So yeah, they're all like, yeah, can DM join us, please? Oh, Warrior of Light. As you can see, DM, your recent exploits have garnered you the attentions of grand companies of Eorzea. Each organization would have Ifrit's bane for its own. To this end, all three have sent officers to court you. They would not ordinarily go through such lengths to enlist a new recruit. That they have is evidence of their high regard for you. So yeah, you proved yourself. You almost got fully captured, but you proved yourself, which is kind of great. It's a really good turning point in the story where they sort of have a triumph, and I like it. I find myself wondering how DM's deed spread so quickly, that the immortal flames should know of her triumph is to be expected. But what of the other grand companies? Eh. Your reputation precedes you, Mistress Amaryllis. 'Tis no ordinary woman who can face a primal to emerge the victor. The Order of the Twin Adder has need of a valiant woman such as you. Join your strength to ours, friend, and together let us ensure that peace ever reigns over the Twelveswood. What a pleasure to finally meet you, Mistress Amaryllis. My comrades speak of you in the most glowing terms. A woman of your talent belongs to the immortal flames. Join your strength to ours, friend, and together let us secure a prosperous future for Ul'dah. The Admiral was not exaggerating when she said you have the look of a hero. Full often does she speak of you, friend. As do many others in Limsa. Long before the rest of Eorzea took note, your name was well known to us, owing your valorous deeds on behalf of our citizens. So I want to say that whichever one you started with, they are like, we know who you are already. We have all these things that you've done. So I want to say that each one that you have lived in, they are immediately like, yeah, we know who you are. Don't worry about it. So that's just another interesting touch that they change every once in a while, I want to say. But I haven't studied that one. I didn't think about it. It's only natural that we should want you in the Maelstrom. Join your strength to ours, and together let us see the grand vessel Limsa Luminza to the shores of glory. DM's like, the fuck? My pet just killed something. I don't know what you want. Lady Minfilia. Very well. Though I'm quite sure you need no reminding, mayhap a brief summary of the situation would help clarify your thoughts on this matter. As you know, the Grand Companies are all-encompassing organizations, empowered to call upon the martial, economic, and technological resources of their respective city-states in times of strife. There are presently 3 such organizations in Eorzea: the Maelstrom of Limsa Lominza, the Order of the Twin Adder Gridania, and the Immortal Flames of Ul'dah. Serving a Grand Company means serving the nation to which it belongs. You will be charged with its defense and tasked with advancing its cause. In return for your faithful service, you will be furnished with various rewards, some of which may well prove useful to you in other endeavors. If you are agonizing over which Grand Company best deserves your loyalty, be at ease. The commitment you make this day need not be permanent. Should you need to shift your allegiance on another day, you are entitled to do so. And yet, I can see it is no small choice you face. Yeah. So, even if you do pick one, I believe, I've never done this before, but I believe you can use in like Gil to be like, oh hey, I want to alliance with this area, and they'll be like, oh okay, well, it was nice having you around, thank you. So yeah, even if you choose one, it's not set in stone forever, and that's very nice. A thought occurs to me. You will, of course, recall that the 3 city-states are planning to hold remembrance services. Well, as part of the proceedings, I am given to understand that the leader of each Grand Company will deliver an address. So we're going to talk with them again, except they're going to be talking not personally, but to a group of people, which is going to kind of, you know, show you more about them. Hearing these addresses ought help you make an informed decision. What say you, my dear officers? Chataru's like, fuck. She's scared for her life. The way she reacts in the background is really great. Fine suggestion. You are wise as you are beautiful, my lady. Very well. Let DM hear our leader speak, then return here with her decision. We eagerly await your answer. And they all do their salutes. Because depending on which one you group with, you get a little salute given to you on default. So you have 3 different salutes. I know full well that adventurers are by their nature a liberty-loving breed, and not best suited for discipline of military service, but I strongly urge you to join a grand company nonetheless. While the promise of reward is enticing in itself, it is not the only benefit. You are possessed of great power, DM, and with it, you are capable of doing untold good. Yet, the great powers is wont to attract attention, not all of it friendly. There will be those of you who wish you ill, and you must needs be on the lookout for them. Yet, however vigilant you are but one woman in the midst of a grand company. However, there will be one woman against many, a friend amongst friends. Your achievements will be shared, and so will the danger. I can think of no better arrangement. Basically saying you need people to watch your back, and some people like you, some people won't. Very true. Of course, joining one organization need not mean leaving another. I hope that we can continue to rely upon your aid. The 12 know that we will have need of it in the days ahead. The grand companies will seek to protect their own nations. We Scions, on the other hand, seek to preserve the future of Eorzea as a whole. Similar, yet not quite the same. One's nationalistic. Actually, technically speaking, they all are. Never mind. They all want to protect people, just in different ways. There we go. Now then, I expect that you will be afield more often in the future. As such, I would have you carry this link pearl with you at all times. It will allow us to stay in touch, regardless of location. Eorzea is changing, DM, and you have the power to help shape it anew. None can say what the morrow will bring, but so long as we believe in ourselves, there is not what we can achieve. Now, it is time you made ready for your journey. Before you depart, be sure to speak to Tataru. She will appraise you as to where and when the remembrance services are due to take place. And so then we talk to Tataru. Okay, let's go here. So, she briefly was like, oh, let's cycle through them. So here's Ulda's speech.
Behold, 'tis the Sultana Nanimo herself!
And Reborn as well.
Hark you, souls of flame, drawn to the bosom of the desert, where the fire burns brightest and shall rage forevermore. Hurrah! Reborn! Where since antiquity, under the sage and judicious rule of the Ul dynasty, we have wrought sand into gold. Where by the grace and glory of Nalthal have our brave sons and daughters flourished and prospered. I speak of Ulda!
There, at the Flame General's back flies the Grand Company's standard. Note the
Who the fuck are you?
The golden scales of order balance the jewel of prosperity with the flame of might.
Great and many are the gifts our nation has given the realm. In Eorzea's darkest hour, on the killing fields of Cartano, none spent more in blood and gold than we. Thus was the 7th Imperial Legion laid low.
So that's how it happened. How soon history forgets.
Yet many left our gates, never to return. Let us pray for our absent brothers and sisters, that they might know happiness in the great beyond, as Thal's honored guests. If the fates were fair, the price we paid that day would have bought us victory. Alas, they are not. And now, but 5 years into this 7th Umbral era, the spirit of sacrifice which granted us our strength is all but dead. Look around you. What do you see? A people divided, downtrodden and enthralled. Where are the merciful alms of the rich? Where is the just steel of the righteous? I ask you, is this the great nation our brothers and sisters gave their lives to save? You who call this living, dishonor the name of the immortal flames. It is but a slow death. Our enemies surround us. The savage hordes of the Amalja wait beside our roads, strangling the lifelines of trade. Meanwhile, the Garleans make mock of our borders and despoil our land of its natural wealth. We stand on a precipice, yet we do not act. Whether trader or soldier, monetarist or royalist, all must recognize that a divided Ul'dah stands to fall. Victory and fortune walk hand in hand. Ye who seek glory and wealth, look not to what little you can snatch from your neighbor, but to the boundless wealth of the world beyond. Now is the time to unite. Now is the time to ride forth. In the name of the Sultana, I beseech you. Line not your own coffers, but those of the immortal flames. Seek not to prosper from Ul'dah, but to restore her to prosperity. As the realm prospers, so shall Ul'dah. As Ul'dah prospers, so shall her people.
Ya for Ul'dah!
Together we are one.
Your grace.
Reborn? People of Ul'dah, I, Nanamo, 17th in the line of Ul, address you. Much has been made of the wealth of Ul'dah. Yet those who measured that wealth in coins and carats are gravely deceived. For the true wealth of Ul'dah lies in the health, happiness, and hopes of her people. Beloved subjects, I bid you raise aloft the torch of Ul'dah, that her flames might serve as a beacon for all Eorzea to see.
Long live Nanamo!
Glory to the Sultana!
For victory and fortune, stride fearless into the Inferno, for we are, by fire, reborn! Forsooth!
The time is now!
I believe...
If you'll permit me, Alfie no. And my sister, Alize, at your service.
So these were the kids, who yelled over my shoulder. Well, not yelled. talked, but it spooked. No, I'm joking though. I knew that was coming up. But these are the two kids who, if you're looking around and remember from the beginning of the game, no matter where you came from, they are in all of the travel vehicles you've been in. Whether you're traveling with a chocobo at the beginning, like in Gridania, or you're going through the boat, they're either they're like sleeping on the boat. I think they're kind of hanging out, but kind of tired on the thing in Gridania. And then in Ul'dah, I'm trying to remember exactly what happens, but they're also with you in a carriage, I believe. So yeah, so it's just, you know, cute little context things. I want to say canonically they went from boat to carriage in Gridania, then to other thing in Ul'dah because they didn't have airship passes yet. So yeah, I just kind of wanted to bring them up. So this is Alphinaud and Alisei. If you've heard of Final Fantasy XIV, you've probably seen these two. That's all I'll say. Especially Alphinaud. So, just want to get out of the way. We've seen them, but, you know, we've never interacted. So, here they are. They were just in the background the entire time.
I saw at a glance that you were a fellow traveler. You might call us students of history, sampling the realm's remembrances in pursuit of enlightenment.
So yeah, those kids are just kind of there and hanging out. So there's gonna be some characters, you know. Let's go to the next thing. Because now we're talking with them still, yeah. It's just continuing the conversation. The Uldans have a long history of conflict with Amalja, the beast tribe that worships the primal Ifrit. Judging by your looks of distaste, I take it you have encountered them. Uldalians do not shy from confrontation. If aught threatens holy crap. That was fun. If aught threatens our precious prosperity, they will seek to crush it. So, have they dealt with Ifrit thus far, smothering his flames each time he is stoked to life? Yet, he has won but several problems, though they have been quiet these past 5 years. The Gallians have not gone away. Meanwhile, the refugees continue to arrive in drones, and Ul'dah has no clear policy of how to deal with them. After all, the Sultana's coffers are bottomless, and even assuming they had resources are ever be finite. Which brings me back to the subject of Ifrit. It has been observed that the Amalja are summoning him with ever increasing frequency. Every time they do so, the Uldalans send their forces to smite the primal, and though they invariably succeed, each victory is brought with blood. It is a war of attrition which they cannot well sustain. Smaller wonder, then, the immortal flames are eager to recruit more members. At such a desperate hour, adventurer of experience would be a most welcome addition to their ranks. And Alisei leaves. There she goes. I wonder if we get to see what happens. Not yet. We're going to Gridania.
I lost my son to the calamity.
The three seed seers are all together.
Some say you couldn't take a step without stumbling over a body.
Our forebears were once strangers in the Twelveswood. Fearful of the Green Wrath, they hid themselves in the dark recesses of the earth. Yet they dreamed of basking in the dappled sunlight of the forest. Through great effort, they proved their worth to the elementals, and were granted a place beneath the boughs. So it was that Gridania was born, some 5 centuries ago. Working hand in hand, the Hyur and the Elysian settlers sowed the seeds of our civilization, and soon they were joined by folk of all races. So nourished by the waters of unity, and blessed by the light of the matron, Gridania flourished into the great nation it is today.
Do you see the Gridanian standard? There, hanging behind the Elder Seatseer. The entwined serpents represent the unity between Hyur and Elysian. An elegant symbol, do you not agree?
In accordance with the will of the elementals, we have embraced a life of peace. Alas, our neighbors have not always sought the same for themselves, nor for us. Though we Gridanians have no love for war, we have still less for those who would threaten our way of life. Ever have we fought to protect the sanctity of the Twelveswood. When the Garlean Empire brought its war of conquest to Eorzea, we rallied under the noble standard of the Twin Adder that we might push back the encroaching darkness. And it was we who prepared the ground for the reformation of the Eorzean Alliance, that all the peoples of this realm might stand united against the common threat. "5 years ago, the Alliance met the armies of the Empire upon the fields of Carteneau. It would prove the bloodiest battle in recent memory. Countless Gridanian lives were lost. As Supreme Commander of the Order of the Twin Adder, ever shall I bear the weight of our people's sacrifice. Alas, their loss was not the only tragedy to befall us that day, for soon came the calamity. The scars borne by our forest are a constant reminder of its violence. Our lives have been irrevocably changed, each waking hour a struggle to survive. Driven to desperation, some among us have strayed from the path of righteousness, resorting to banditry, poaching, and other unconscionable deeds. To compound our woes, the Ixal have returned in force, emboldened by our suffering. They test our defenses nigh without cease, and prey upon the vulnerable. So beleaguered from within and without, it is of little wonder that our unity now falters. Dark times are upon us.
Time was a man could walk the high roads without fear.
On this day, 5 years ago, countless Eorzeans laid down their lives that we might behold another dawn. Please join with me in honoring their memory.
And how do you propose to honor the memory of those you cannot remember, pray tell?
destruction wrought by the calamity was indiscriminate. It dealt death to Eorzean and Garlean alike. Yet while we have labored to rebuild our homes, to rebuild our lives, the Empire has set about raising steel fortresses here in the Twelveswood. Let none be mistaken. The Garleans remain the greatest threat to our survival. If we are to stand against them, we must remember what it is to be united. Our many troubles blind us to the woes of our fellow man. Thence is harmony lost. Yet harmony is the founding principle of Gridania. We are gathered here to honor the fallen. Let them be honored not only in word and thought, but through concerted action. I bid you, join hands with me once more beneath the Twin Adder standard. And together, let us heal the forest's wounds, that our progeny might live in harmony beneath these ancient boughs. For serenity, purity, and sanctity.
We must think of the children!
Woods will be done!
It's up to us to protect the
Follow
forest!
the elementals!
So that's an introduction to Gridania. We'll let this go first because there's a talk.
If you'll permit me, Alfie, no.
Yeah, I know what you're gonna say. So I want to say that, yeah, you know, I checked out everyone. I don't remember if it's optional or not. I feel like you have to go to all of them, but he always introducts himself like this. Yeah, that was the thing with Gridania. I like, the thing that this show is very different, strikingly. Even though you visited and maybe got an inkling of what each area is like. I like how both of them, the things that they have in common is that they both show that there's humility. There's something that is needed and longing in their own country, but they also want to improve things. But, you know, Raubon, you know, the power rulers, that is Raubon and Nanamo, they're just very steadstrong what they want to do, and they want to make sure that they can protect their city and not have it be loved for its wealth, but for its people and their strong spirits, which is really commendable, you know? It's really cool. I really like it. It's such a distinct flavor. It's nice. And then Gridania's is like, we just want to live in peace. We don't want to have war as much. We will defend ourselves if we can. And some people in our city here don't, you know, really listen to that. But we are going to try our best to live in peace and live in harmony like the elementals want us to do. So they're very in tune with the nature and elementals, and something we might learn a little later. But in like essentially, one's a peace-loving nation, which is not really 100% possible, let's be honest, but they try their best to do that. And Ul'dah is just a place of wealth and prosperity, but want to be known more for other things than just for being wealthy and the rich people and stuff, you know. They want to be more than their wealth. Yeah, so I just want to get out of the way. Nice comparison. Anyways, let's let Alfie not talk. Alfie no. But however you want to pronounce his name. There's a bunch of different interpretations.
And my sister, Alize, at your service. I saw at a glance that you were a fellow traveler. You might call us students of history, sampling the realm's remembrances in pursuit of enlightenment.
So yeah, I want to believe it's around the same thing. They just comment on different things of each one. I literally did all of these. I watched all these cutscenes. So it's a little weird at first, but it's essentially some things with different flavors for each area. So I just tend to do it anyways. Okay. The Gardenians are unfortunate enough, are unfortunate enough to have to contend with two beast tribes. The Ixali are questionably the more troublesome, being a naturally warlike disposition, and won't to summon their bloodthirsty primal Garuda. The Sylphs, by contrast, are peaceful in nature, being mischievous rather than malevolent, and have long been on friendly terms with the Gardenians, until recently at least. Alas, they have grown aloof, a change observed at roughly the time they summoned the primal Ramu. The Gardenians have no love for war, and they consider open conflict a last resort. Though they clash with the Ixali ever more regularly, you may be assured that they do so in self-defense. As for the Sylphs, they are as yet bound by a peaceful treaty, though one wonders how long it will be before it's broken. The Twelves Wood was grievously wounded during the calamity, leaving Gardenia vulnerable to attack. The people are hopeful that restoring the wood, and therefore the power of the elements, will put an end to their woes. Yet how long will that take? Centuries, I'd wager. Meanwhile, the Ixali will continue their incursions, spurred by Garuda and her insatiable appetite for destruction. Whether the Gardenians like it or not, sooner or later, it will come to an all-out war, and when it does, the Order of the Twin Adder will need all the help it can muster. How valuable might the aid of a capable adventurer prove to them, then? And then they walk away. It's very... I think it was very important what Alysae brought up as her first thing. Just the fact that how long can peace last if you wobble? She got a point. A little rude, though. A little bit rude. But now, after this, we go to our hometown, Limsa!
Garleans are another matter altogether.
So much for our alliance.
It's sunk beyond the seabed.
Brothers and sisters of the sea, hearken unto me. Look upon this, our mighty crimson standard, and tell me your hearts do not swell with pride. "700 summers have come and gone since our forefathers first ran aground in this fertile bay. In that time, guided by the Mother of Oceans, Limsa Lominsa has grown from humble fishing village to uncontested ruler of the 5 seas and beyond.
Did you look as the Admiral bid you? It is a rather stirring standard, I must say. The Crimson Field is meant to signify the blood of fallen crewmates, while the black longship represents a pirate vessel.
When the Gallian Empire marched upon Eorzea, we assembled beneath the Maelstrom standard, and our grand company was reborn. All answered the call, from the Knights of the Barracuda to Hilthier's bloody executioners, and together we met our would-be conquerors upon the field of Cartano. That day, the world bore witness to the united strength of Limsa Lominsa. I swear to you, no army ever fought harder or with more courage, yet many of ours did not survive. Join me now in remembering those who fought in the name of freedom and fell. May their souls be returned to the sea.
Freedom. Yes, they have always been rather fond of their freedom. Much as the beast tribes have. Small wonder. Beneath the surface, one would struggle to tell them apart.
It has been 5 long years since the calamity struck. 5 long years of tireless rebuilding. Yet still the wounds of the calamity fester and weep. But when I stand atop the mizzenmast and gaze out upon our battered and broken vessel, I see an undying spirit. Did we not build all this from the wreck of the Galadian all those centuries ago? Shall we not do so again? Yet there are those who would see this ship of ours sink beneath the waves of the restless Rotano. The Sahagin creep ashore seeking blood for their accursed god.
Those fishbuck
The Sahagin
bastards.
have risen?
While the mines of Ogomero spew forth kobolds who push ever south, despoiling our lands as they go. These savage beast tribes will be the first waves to crash against our creaking hull. And behind them swells the grim tide of the Gallian Empire. Even now the curs fly their flags within our borders. Doubt not, but that they will be upon us ere long. We are well nigh surrounded. Yet there are those among us who would rather turn their swords against their crewmates than our cannons against our foes. How can we hope to repel our many enemies when mutiny breeds below deck? There is but one course left to us. One bearing that will bring us victory over the beast hordes and the Empire both, and see this ship safe to port. We must mend the rift the calamity has reopened twixt pirate and maelstrom, and stand fast with our adventurer brothers against the coming tempest. Mark ye well, a crew without unity is no crew at all. 'Tis but a mass of drowned men. To me, then, brothers and sisters of the sea, gather beneath the undying crimson standard, and pledge me your strength, your skill, your wisdom. And with the guidance of the navigator, this great vessel of ours shall ride the waves, till sea swallows all.
Long live the Admiral! Remove them!
Gather the lads!
Oh, where's me cutlass? I'll follow ye to the 7 hells, Admiral!
If you'll permit me, Alfie, no.
Yes, we know you, boy. Also, hi, Chief. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Or Chief. Sith. Nice to see you around. Hope you're doing well. Hope things are going all right with you up there. It's nice to see you. Hope you're enjoying whatever you've been playing. I guess I just wanted to point out for a second is that something that I really appreciate, because, you know, I've been sort of tumbling through all the different city states and such. One thing that I think really struck me when I first played the game is that I liked how the people of Limsa are like a very kind of emotional bunch who just want to protect their freedom and be able to do what they want, and want to be able to freely live in their land and enjoy its splendor. So I thought that was really interesting in the way that they represented their flag, even if it was like maybe not exactly a pirate boat. But you know what? We're not going to look past that. It's a nice design. But yeah, no, I think it's a really interesting contrast between these three. Like you've got Ul'dah, and it's an area that has a lot of prosperity, but doesn't want to kilter on that prosperity and has a lot of internal problems. So they just, they have their thing here. And the Gridania is a land that just wants to rest with elementals in peace, but they still have their own problems with having to fight up against beast tribes and other things, which really isn't resting. But, they're peaceful with the sylphs, and they're trying their best to have a peaceful lifestyle and sort of do what the elementals say. And then I like how Limsa in the end is just sort of like, hey, we're just trying to protect and do whatever we want here. And they're three very distinct mindsets that I feel like people can grasp to. I really like how they're all represented in a way that someone can really attach to one of them. But yeah, anyways. Oh, hope you enjoy Sea of Thieves then. Enjoy the pirate things. Came at the right time. We're talking about pirates right now. But yeah, hope you enjoy. It's nice seeing you. But yeah, these pirates are pretty good. I like Limsa Lominsa. Okay, let's go.
And my sister, Alize, at your service. I saw at a glance that you were a fellow traveler. You might call us students of history, sampling the realm's remembrances in pursuit of enlightenment.
Oh, I was just about to type, but yes, this sea area, Limsa Lominsa, is it's like a nation of pirates. Actually, I should probably just go. Whoops. Nope. Yeah, this area here, if I could just make it bigger. There we are. It's just a bunch of pirates. It's a nation that banded under being pirates and then wanted to have freedom instead of being like, oh yeah, we're rude. Pretty much. But it's pretty much just the entire thing of them wanting to live free in an area and live free of people just being like, yeah, we're gonna steal and pilfer from everyone. They were like really nice pirates, so they just really wanted to band together and live in a place where they can be free and not be afraid to like go out into the waters and get pillaged by freaking pirates or beast tribes or whatever. So yeah, they're just pirates. A very class-drawn society with a ruler and just a little peaceful forest. So yeah, I don't know, I just wanted to share those off. Just very nice areas. Yeah, I know some people like that. Okay, we weren't on here. Yeah, we're not. Or no, we were. I think we're on 6. Let's hope I'm right. Nope.
The Garleans are another.
It's the 7. There we are. We don't want auto on this. As the Admiral mentioned in her address, Limsa Lominsa is plagued by two beast tribes. The first are the fish-like Sagin, worshippers of the primal Leviathan. The second are the kobolds, who dwell beneath the earth and take the primal titan for their god. As the beast tribe's presence weren't troublesome enough, the Garleans have also chosen to erect a fortress right in the Lominsan's backyard. And that is to say not for eternal strife. As a nation of pirates, there is no end to the there's no end to the blood feuds between various factions. And while they fight amongst themselves, the Garleans whet their blade and watch. If the Lominsans are to have any hope withstanding the Empire, they must first resolve their own affairs. Differences must be set aside, and the primal threat dealt with once and for all. To this end, I expect that they will soon take decisive action against the beast tribes. Mark my words, the Maelstrom Standard will be drenched in a deeper shade of crimson ere long. That a capable adventurer like you would be a valuable addition to the crew is beyond question. But, will you sail with the Admiral? This time he was able to at least properly finish his sentence. Let's immediately go to the next cutscene, and I'll tell you guys what I chose. After this. Yep, I remember this one clearly.
The gods only know what grand company our adventurer friend will keep. The wheels of change are in motion regardless.
Brother, are you certain this course is best?
Whatever do you mean, dear sister?
The so-called remembrance ceremonies were little more than standard waving rallies. As though the Calamity and Seventh Umbral era warranted scarcely a mention.
Well, of course they were standard waving rallies. Since you are so observant, mayhap you noticed what mention was made of the Warriors of Light? None. I suppose they must have forgotten the heroes who spared Eorzea a fate worse than the Calamity?
Yes, they did, Alphanod. In fact, many people say that. Or, well, not many. But there are people who say that. Yes, they literally forgot. But I suppose you don't know that, so that's fair.
No, dear Alize, they haven't forgotten these details. They have elected to omit them. Deep are the wounds the Calamity inflicted upon Eorzea. So deep, in fact, that the realm still bleeds. Needless to say, the beast tribes and their primals do little to alleviate the pain. So, the task of salving Eorzea's wounds falls to the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, with a little help from our friends, the Grand Companies. Remembrance will yield no remedy. If our world is to heal, we must put the horrors of the Calamity behind us.
Our grandfather would never entrust the fate of the realm to despots who rewrite history to their convenience. There must be another way to cure what ails this world, and I mean to find it.
You are most welcome to try. Our paths may differ, but our destination is the same. In time, I dare say we will see eye to eye.
should hope so.
My lady!
We are to escort you!
Hope does not come into it. We share the burden of this fate, dear sister, and will prevail together or not at all. The salve will serve not only to close up our present wounds, but prevent old ones from opening anew.
So, that is all for those group of cutscenes. I would have to say that it's very interesting for the first time being able to see the twins if you've ever noticed them at the beginning of the game. And you know, it's a nice thing to bring back, and yeah. There's just so much to unpack with all those cutscenes in general, I would say. It's really interesting. Let me just write down my time down. Because the reason why I wrote it down is because I kind of just want to have an entire thing where I'm just like, oh, okay. So I, you know, I have all this stuff now. And I can see what I can expect for the future, give or take. But yeah, there's just a lot of things. I guess extra details to put down, other than getting an emote for whichever you join. There's also different things. So when you join a grand company, you get all these different services that we will explore later, but it's a really good amount. But let's get on to sort of what I picked. So, you know, there's a lot of options, right? You know, we've got the desert lands down here with Thanalan, and that's really like interesting and unique, and they have all of their things of staying steadfast with everything and like respecting their people's needs and the rich. And we got Gridania with their forest thing and trying to live peacefully with elements. And then, you know, Loneskia, where, you know, they're trying to keep their freedom and fight back against people. Now, I feel like from how I've been talking about them, you know, there might be a few interpretations to what I might have chosen, and it's not a super big deal, or, well, it's a big deal in the world, but it's not the hugest deal ever. But, you know, I'm talking very high of Loneskia. I absolutely adore that place. It's very good. Thanalan's been good. I think the only thing that deterred me when I first started was the fact that it's, you know, there's one consistent theme, and that kind of, for me, got boring. But then later on, I came to respect and really like Ul'dah. I feel like I started really liking Thanalan and then the whole of Ul'dah once I learned how to navigate the city and look at all the areas. Like, I would say my current stance is that I almost like these all evenly. Like, personally. But I think the highest I've spoke of during here is definitely Loneskia and Ul'dah. And so naturally, since I was talking about, I was kind of turned off by Ul'dah, you would think I would stay in Loneskia, right? It's such a great place. It's got so many beast tribes I love. I love the Sahigans. I like the little monkey friends. Like, there's just so much. Like, there's Chichiran, and they're great, and I love them. Like, Loneskia is where I started. However, I chose Gridania. I absolutely love Loneskia with all my heart, and same with Ul'dah now. But, like, I think what made me decide, because I literally could not decide at the time. I was like, I have to make a decision. I don't know what to do here. But I chose this in particular because I thought it would fit Diem's story, and I just really want to see more trees. It's a simple thing, but there was something about the way that they tried to handle peace, and while it wasn't, you know, I would say it's the weakest out of all the presentations. And I love Gridania. It is, I would say it's my favorite, just very slightly though. Now, do I think that everything they handle is correct or amazing? No. But something just draws me to this place for some of the people I've met here. But I don't know. It's just the fact that I wanted to have trees, and then for Diem's story, she heard of things from like, you know, way out where she lived. She heard of botany in Gridania and how neat agriculture is in Gridania and how they handle that sort of thing. And they grew up, you know, doing botany, working on farms, you know, trying to get food and, you know, live on the land and, you know, ship stuff out. So, you know, she was just really drawn to the fact that she wanted to get better at botany and figure out how to use that. So that's why I had her canonically come from, you know, start in Loneskia. Because my plan was always to have her start in Loneskia and then go to Gridania. But, you know, it was a simple thing, and also the fact that Diem's story works the best if she quote-unquote moved in here. So that's how I saw the Grand Company as a place that I work for that Diem technically speaking lives in. So yeah. But, you know, that's kind of how things worked out, and I am part of the started, so let me actually show off that oh no, it's not here, right? Oh no, I could get that up. I can get that up easy. Let's go to emotes. Let me show this off over here. So, since I chose, you know, my Grand Company to be the Yellow Serpents, I got this salute, which is very cute. It's very, very cute. Also, by the way, something I neglected to mention, and I might bring up later, again, is that depending on who you talk to, you can do specific side quests, and they get you items and sometimes other rewards. For example, you get this from Limsa Luminza. So you have a lot of dances that you get that are learned from people in the area, specifically in the town though. So you'll eventually find someone and they'll give you this dance. And same goes for Harvest Dance. The Harvest Dance is from Gridania. It's a very silly dance. It definitely reminds me of a Harvest Dance though, but it's kind of cute. Then we also have the Ball Dance, which is from Ulta. Yeah, a little bit of royalty in there. But they're very cool dances. I like them. But yeah, you sort of get these from around the areas. I thought that would be important because, I don't know, maybe you just want to have a funny dance. I like dancing when it comes to doing stuff in game. I don't dance as much as I used to, but yeah. Sorry, I used to. I just used to do it for fun when I was a kid. I didn't dabble much into it, but I like Emote's dances. They're very expressive. I like the way that they handle this. But I also think I really liked the Harvest Dance too, so that also impacted my choices. because I liked how just silly it is, but it's just very energetic. Something I didn't exactly expect. It's interesting though, so let's watch our last cutscene. Actually, before we watch our last cutscene, we need to go over to where we are now. Let's end it off after we watch this cutscene. Yes, I'm not taking the thing. I just want this to be really quick. So I'm not using the airship, and I wasted like $300 in gil, but we'll survive for now. Till I'm like, man, I wish I had 300 gil. Where could have I saved that money? And then, yeah. I don't know what that voice was. Okay, let's just go. And go in the place where the next story is going to be taking place tomorrow. I want to say I'm streaming tomorrow, but it might be tomorrow or Sunday. So let's go in. And stay in this green room because it's green. Green. Also, make sure to know what an inn is, by the way, because when I started, I didn't know. I still read that cutscene from the beginning, but I lightly skimmed through it. And that's one of the things I missed. This game is a very long haul, though, so it's not everyone's cup of tea. But, yeah, let's just do this. Last cutscene, here we go, and then we'll be done. So, what happens is that you get an inkling on, what happens, and you get hired by the Twin Adders to go out and do a job. And so you're trying to get an airship back because the Garlands are trying to steal it. And then you meet this boy. You meet this boy here. And there's a funny wall behind him. But yeah, the Garlands just find this airship here, and you're like, oh, well, let's work for the 12's Wood. Let's go out and get something. So there's a special quest that they have for each one. Admittedly, I don't know the ones for the other two. I haven't gotten that far in my alt accounts that I play every once in a while. When I don't know, I just want to play another character. Yeah, okay. An adventurer. An adventurer? What are you doing out here? No, wait. Let's find some cover first. The Adder's Nest sent you. How do I know you're not an Imperial spy? You don't even have a uniform. Yeah, I have a uniform, but not the uniform. Yeah. There's the 12s. Peace, friend. We mean no harm. You're an engineer of Garland Ironworks, are you not? We are altered to your plight and have come to rescue you. And you are DM Amaryllis, I presume. I was told to expect an honorary serpent. My thanks for your aid, friend. I've never seen a craft of this design. I've never seen a craft of this design. It must be Garland's work. There's no end to the man's treachery. The secrets of Magitech, being in Imperial hands, they are not to be squandered on Eorzean savages. We are taking this craft back to the fortress. Dismantle it if you must, and bring the engineer. Someone must pay for Garland's crimes. Imperial scouts of the Castrum Orions. They mean to requisition the ship. Oh. Wedge is on that ship. The tiny Bronco. Isn't that the Ironworks' latest creation? It's the first airship we've built since the Calamity. The first since Master Garland. Well, since he went missing. After years of work, she was finally ready for her first test flight. And she was soaring. She really was. Those bastards blasted her out of the sky. Attend to me. All the Ironworks creations must not fall into Garlean hands. We must strike them swift and sure and rescue Engineer Wedge. DM, I trust we can rely on your support. May the Matron watch over this. With me! Woot. An ambush to arms! All right then. And then that is I'll say it's about 14. Okay. And that is where it ends, because after you you beat them up, you get a couple talking quests. And those talking quests sort of lead you down a path of being like, oh, you beat them, thank you for helping us out. The serpents will, you know, be aware of this. And you kind of just go back and do things and then learn more about grand companies. Like how you have seals and you can turn in weapons you don't use for seals, and then you can get things like you get your own squad members, and those squad members is one of the reasons why I said a long time ago, I don't remember if anyone was here when I did that. I don't even remember what game it was during. But I remember during some point I was saying that 14 can, technically speaking, be a mostly single player experience. When you get a grand company, you literally from that point forward can play single player. So that would be like what? Let's see here. Yeah, that's about level 20. So when you're level 20 in the game, you are able to do everything else single player. You only had to do 3 dungeons and 1 trial with people, I believe. So yeah, after that point, you're just kind of free to play everything alone. It's really interesting because I haven't even explained why you can play it alone. So you're able to hire groups of people, and then you train and level up those people by doing the first couple dungeons. And you teach them to do things with their classes that they have, and you can send them out on missions, and those missions get you things back. I've been meaning to use them more, but I really haven't at all. But through personal experience from someone else, you can literally do a lot of dungeons just with those. And I think, do they let you do out of Realm Reborn? I'm not sure, but like essentially for 30 levels, you can just be on your own if you feel like it, as long as you level up your level up your crew. You pretty much get the free reins to play the single player. Like, you don't have to do dungeons like that. I'm not sure about trials, but I know dungeons you can do with them. But it's a really cool idea. making this more of an RPG. So if people like, I don't want to play with people all the time, but I want to experience story, you can go ahead and do that. I don't think I took use of it until later, but it's a it's pretty good if you just want to go do it by yourself and not have to be like, oh, I have to get people together, or oh, I have to talk with random people to do this. Like, it is entirely an option to not do that. I think it's really a nice change. I don't see it that people talk about you know, hiring your soldiers. So I think it's a really nice tool. It's really great. But yeah, that's going to be all for today. Tomorrow we're going to see what happens when we come back. And more things are to come. But we're going to, you know, see how things go. Because we did how much today? We did a lot of the big stuff. That's what we did. Yeah. So we, yeah, we were able to do 4 things on our list, but those 4 things were a lot altogether. Because some of them were like half an hour, and then one of them was an hour. Like 58 minutes. So I feel pretty good about today. I'm glad the pacing is going to be very different. And I'm glad I got to end it off on the note that I kind of projected for my second stream, so yeah. It was a nice time doing everything though. Like there's so much interesting stuff that I feel like got revealed today. We met the Scions, saw our first primal, and were able to see what Grand Companies were about, and saw a dungeon and a trial for the first time. Like some of your first ones. But yeah, no, it was pretty good. It was pretty good, and I guess next time we're gonna see what happens in Gridania. You know, that's gonna be fun. But thank you everyone so much for coming along. Y'all, I really appreciate it, and let's go ahead and I think there's an exit animation if I'm right. I'm not sure if exiting game does it, but let's check. Okay, right, there isn't. Okay. Well, let's switch on over then. I won't be showing any more of the cutscene today, but I might show some tomorrow because I need to get going because I was going to go before 7 and it's almost reached that time. So yeah. Let me put on some music so it's not quiet. That'd be wonderful. There we go. Carb. But thank you everyone so much for coming along. This is just a really nice experience, and I'm glad that even if I get busy and caught up during the rest of the weekend, I was able to stream something this weekend, put out something for the Echoed Cinema, even if it's a little bit behind schedule. But you know what? I'm having fun doing this and getting through what I can, so we're just kind of go with it, you know? I think it'll be nice. So again, thank you everyone so much for coming. Thank you people who lurk or watch VODs for going out of your way to watch some of these and either skip through it or watch all of it. I really appreciate it. And thank you everyone who's always here to just be here for me. It's really helped me in some of the times I'm going through right now when I've been able to do it. And I've had other outlets and other things to help me out, but this has been one thing that's been helping me, so thank you guys a lot. I've been feeling a lot more emotionally sound today, so I'm glad to be back and everything, even if it's just a week. There's a lot going on. So, again, really glad. Let me see here. I think I should mostly go for the night because I'm not sure how long I can stay, even though I'd want to, you know, give some love to a new person. Or someone we know. Yeah. Yeah, I think I would rather save my energy for another day, maybe tomorrow. And, you know, we'll see what happens. But yes, thank you everyone so much for, you know, coming along on this trip. This is something that I've been meaning to do for a while, and I always thought it would be interesting having a summary of a game per se. And this has been a cool way to sort of make that creative thing come to life. Like for a time, I've always wanted to have something where I'm more so presenting a game I already know. And this game happened to fit it because, my gosh, it is so big. I sometimes even stream it because I don't expect everyone to be able to play this game to its fullness. Like, some people will either buy skips or not play the game. And honestly, I don't blame them. The game's so big, but I really love a lot of the things it does, and I thought I would show it off for people who just A, want to watch the game, and B, don't want to go through playing a big MMORPG. Because like I sit and think about it. I used to not play MMORPGs that much. In fact, before 14, I didn't really... I played some in the past, but I wasn't a huge fan of them. Like, I've played a handful that I can name. Just one hand, I think. But, you know? This one's fun. This one's less MMO and more RPG, and I think that's more my style. I think I really like that. Yeah, I think I like social aspect as a side thing and not a main thing. So, it's been really fun though. So thank you everyone so much for coming along, and I'm gonna go eat, take care of myself, and maybe come back tomorrow. We'll see. I'm thinking of coming back tomorrow morning, but it may end up being afternoon, but I want to say it's morning. If you want to know what's going on, just, you know, if you're so inclined and you use this thing. I do have Discord. Oh my gosh, yes, I have a command. I haven't used it in months. But, you know, if you want to know when the next one's going to happen, things have been a little unsure. I'm not going to lie, so I'm not sure if it's going to be tomorrow or not, but I want to say it will be. But anyways, thank you everyone so much for coming along, and please take care of yourselves, eat and drink water, and most of all, try and be happy. Okay, everyone. Thank you so much for all support, and I'll see you next stream. Well, thank you for being around, so you know. Y'all have been great. I'll see you next stream. Okay, bye-bye.